All right, YouTube should be launched up. Let me recap what our plan is for today for the VOD. Right, our slides are looking good, most of them so far. We still need to finish up the last few slides, right, like the ending of the talk. Once we've got the slides done, I'm thinking we can get back into some Masijo stuff. Like maybe I decide we record because it's like a pre-recorded talk. We could do that on stream today, or I could just do it off stream. Like not a big deal. But yeah, I think after the presentation stuff is done, we could get back to working on Masijo. Or we could get back to working on the whole like tail scale, like remote dev thing. I believe we switched off doing that as like a VM, and I think that could work. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We'll decide after we actually finish the slides. But that's our main goal. I do really want to get to the Hacker News RSS feed parsing. And then eventually maybe we could think more about how we do the Reddit stuff. But I also discovered some bugs too. Okay. So, real quick. You've been trying to deploy with Hetzner for the project you've been working on. You're stuck behind a verification wall EU card on the account, but you're sure there is some flag you're seeing that is seeing that you're not in the EU. Founder tried giving the info that was required and still didn't allow it. Yeah, that's the tough part. Yeah, that one's weird. But yeah, Hetzner is like a big target for scammers, so I can understand why it's like a little tougher for you. That was originally part of the reason why we're not hosting on Hetzner. We're hosting on why am I forgetting the name of where we're hosting right now? Server host or something? And I realized music was a little loud. There we go. Yeah. I'll have to double check where we're hosting. All right, so this is in the right place there. Okay, cool. Yeah, no. Hetzner's like the right choice for sure. Um, it really is. And server.pro, that's the one we're using. It's just because we know someone. One of our mods is the person that runs server.pro. So, yeah, I don't know. I like it so far. If you just need to get up and running like ASAP, there's options for you. Yeah. Yeah, like server.pro, right? Their pricing is pretty reasonable, right? If you're just going to do like raw hosting, $7 is really not bad. $7 for 4 cores and 40 gigs, 4 gigabytes of RAM. It's pretty solid. But yeah, I would definitely say Hetzner. There's also OVH, which I think is not bad as well. I think they have like EU stuff. I think most big providers like Vulture should have some EU servers. Where's their pricing though? Yeah. So, like, do you know what your requirements are? Like, what all are you hosting? Yeah, yeah. Hetzner should work out just fine. Like, Hetzner's by far the best deal. OVH I've heard is pretty good too. Let's see if we can find their pricing. Damn, pretty solid pricing on OVH. Damn. Is it hard to get a job in web dev? It's hard to get your first job in web dev. Man, yeah. Yeah, OVH is incredibly reasonably priced. That is a lot of cores and a lot of RAM. I'd love to see some benchmarks comparing these things. Yeah, I mean, Craze, if you have backend experience, that's definitely better than nothing. I'm saying just like your absolute first job, backend, front end, full stack, whatever. But yeah, yeah, it can be a bit tough. It's just a static SPA page. I'd be curious why you're not just doing something like Cloudflare. Yeah, yeah. If it's just like static stuff, like Cloudflare is probably your best bet. But if you do need, like, if you're going to eventually need persistent servers, then yeah, you're going to need to consider Hetzner. But if it's just, yeah, SPA stuff, like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, so what is the actual application going to be? Like the API layer. And yes, like I'm pretty sure you told me and I just forgot. Okay, so the application will be an iOS Android app. Got it. But what about the backend? Like if the iOS Android app is self-contained and you don't even have a backend, then yeah, you're not going to be hosting the app there either. And what's up, Kenneth? How you doing? But yeah, what I'd say is like really check out Cloudflare pages. Like it's free for now. I'd just do that. You don't need a Hetzner server for static stuff. And I would also just say, like, with a Hetzner server, you're not getting the CDN like capabilities. So yeah, the right choice for an SPA is probably Cloudflare Pages or Cloudflare Workers. Yep. All right, like let me log in. Nah, I gotta do the full login. Give me a sec. Oh, I'm actually, hold on. Shit. Hold on, now I gotta remember this. Wait, where is this? Okay. So yeah, like basically with Cloudflare Pages or Workers, you just do like a push. Oh wait, hold on. Different account. Yep. Okay, hold on. No, I gotta go back. 1 second. Yep, wrong account. There we go. Okay, there we go. Close that.
Saddle up, partner.
Yeah, so I've got all of these like workers or technically like Cloudflare pages things going, and when I just push to my repo, they automatically rebuild, which is magic, right? Like that sounds like a way better experience than having to SFTP stuff up, right? And it gets pushed out to the CDN, so it's worldwide. Like the assets are shipped to the user close to wherever they are, rather than being close to where your server is. So the CDN is going to be massively important for anything static. Like all static assets should be up on a CDN. But yes, keep your founder like going through the process of doing the Hetzner thing, because for your Python stuff, you're absolutely going to want to do that. I would still say you may want to, figure out the auto deploy kind of stuff to where you still just like you do a push and it goes right out, or at least like you do it to staging, you test, that process. Just doing it by branches is one way to do that. And yeah, happy to show how I'm doing that with GitHub myself whenever you need it. All right, let's close some stuff. Luckily, that didn't actually leak anything, which is good. Okay. Yep. CF worker pricing gets messy with logging. Yeah, that's why I was going to push for doing Cloudflare pages instead, because you only need one concurrent build when you only have one site, even if you're doing a staging production thing. So yeah, like on the free tier of Cloudflare pages, super good. I've heard that they're trying to like sunset Cloudflare pages, but they can pry it from my cold dead hands. Like it's yeah, it's just a better experience for static sites. I don't need server side rendering like worker stuff, But they're trying to sell it. Let me check on a work thing. Let me get another album going. Sorry, just a work thing. Does synthwave belong in a museum? Sorry. Work thing. Um, okay. Sorry. Just quick work thing. You know, it's my job. Okay, so back to the thing that we are working on, right? We want to describe like the core concepts. So yeah, adapter screenshot. Which one is that? Yeah, so I think another thing I want to do is maybe have like a compare. All right, so yeah, I want to show. Oh, that looked terrible. Um, kind of the difference in implementations between the two adapters, right? So if we look at right update file and put file, or update file and create file. Oh, and I'm gonna have to do these as divs. Um, but yeah, one thing. Yeah. Like, that's not necessarily something we're touching on with our adapters yet, but the fact that GitHub has this like put endpoint, right? So you end up just using like the put endpoint for all of these other things. And maybe I want to put the adapter there. But right, like it ends up just being, oh, and maybe we don't need the title thing in there. I'll still do a div. Yeah. But yeah, just the fact that it's like two separate endpoints on GitLab versus like the one endpoint on GitHub is one slight difference. Uh, yeah, the part that's always like been funny to me is that when you want to create a commit of like multiple files, it is way more involved. Um, and I should probably call that out somewhere. So like creating a commit with multiple files is like 4 or 5 API calls where you have to create the tree and then add the files to the tree. And the tree has to be done from like a commit hash that you need. So like you got to fetch the commit hash. So that's like 3 things so far. Then once you've done the tree and added the files to it, then you have to create I think you create a commit from the tree, and it's like basically like the same like low level operations that you'd be dealing with, with Git in general. But like the fact that it's just like the abstraction for their API is just like every like fine grained Git thing instead of like an easier just create commit. That was a little weird. And then creating like a pull request is like even extra steps. And that's GitHub. I haven't looked at GitLab's process for that, but I would assume it's pretty similar. But maybe GitLab fine tunes that a bit. Yeah, only for PR related stuff. That makes sense. But yeah, I should definitely be calling that out somewhere. And what's up, Moshiko? How you doing? Working on your CLI project today. Nice. All right, so then yeah, for the GitLab adapter, yeah, this is a bit much. We're definitely gonna trim out a bunch of this stuff. Yeah, you can get up and running real quick in TypeScript to build CLI tools. What's up? Hello world. We are building a slide presentation about an abstraction over Git hosting as a database. And yeah, Caleb might not be familiar with domain term. It's basically just a way of checking for available domains on via DNS and some of that stuff. And also, like, you type in a word and you get synonyms for it. And then I also do like translation and some of that stuff. Yeah, let me see if I can find it because I think it was a fun project. And I wouldn't mind kicking off another thing real quick. Proficientim is like another domain project I did in the past too. Yeah, finding domains is always such a pain. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, um, I forget what the command for this was. Let me double check this. Okay, yep. And let's just say we want to look up a word, wallet. Or, hold on. No, we have some commands. Yeah, I need to document this better. pnpm dev run. Yeah, okay. And then let me double check this. Just don't want to lose any of that. And then, yeah, if we look at basewords.text, right, these are the words that we want to look up synonyms for or something, right? So the idea would be, I want to create a product that uses the word wallet, quota, ledger, balance, count, usage, charter, invoice, tally, credit, purse, surplus, any of that, right? Any of those words would be like a valid domain for a project I'm working on. So then we do pnpm dev run. And that's like a leftover log value. So then, yeah, we get, shit. Shit. Of course, always bugs. The demo gods are fickle beasts. Which API? That's the OpenAI API? I may have canceled my OpenAPI credits. Or OpenAI credits. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah. I'm not running LM Studio. Never mind. Yeah, we were doing locally hosted. I think we were just using Quen. I think Mistral was what I was using for dev stuff. I don't know if it matters really. Yeah, so here we go. We start getting the synonyms, and then I start keeping this like running like items in queue, and I'm managing just these queues of things as we like, like fetching synonyms and then putting the words onto a queue for like webifying a word by removing a vowel, doing the whois lookups, doing a search and ratings. We may have canceled the search and ratings part. I can't remember. But yeah, we no longer need to do any synonyms. Now we're doing translations. And yeah, I don't know. It was a fun project to make. We may have a bug because we should be seeing. We should be seeing these values going down at some point. So yeah, got some bug in there somewhere. Whatever. it is going down. Okay. So then, yeah, if we were to go look at like the DB JSON file, or it's a long one, but yeah, like we start looking for synonyms, and this is where we keep some of these things, and then we start doing a check for like translations of words into something. So surplus in various languages, like in Welsh, it's ng warged. Like, I don't know. But yeah, like just trying to find any words that would make a good domain. And then we can just let that run till it finishes. And then we end up getting values in here. If I just want to... Let me double check this. It was like... npm dev results. So right now we have one word that we think would make a good domain. So yeah, Aratra, which, could be good. Yeah, we give it like a ranking value. And the ratings happen quick. But yeah, just like orchestrating all of this stuff together to try and find a domain name. Yeah, still only got just that. But yeah, I don't know. We can let it keep running, because why not? And what's up, Bingo? How you doing? So yeah, let's get back to slides we're working on. And just in case, I'm gonna get a vitamin C in me. Went out last night, you know. Okay, so yeah, in these slides, we'll get rid of a bunch of stuff. Into the wild, yes, exactly. All right, let's see how this looks. Where are the slides? All right, so what I want to do is I want to make these divs and make them half width. I swear it's listening to my microphone. These don't scroll vertically, though. Hmm. Yeah, there's probably a better way to show this then. All right, so then instead of doing this, hold on. So I do still want to do the width half and half. Hmm. Okay, so then, yeah, right? Adapters, base, right? And we require all these functions. So then we do the comparison, and it's like, here's the GitHub adapter, but then over in the GitLab adapter, it looks like this. Where it's still just commits.create, but the difference is how we do the action. So a create versus an update. Sure. Yeah, I think that works. So then after that, right, and that's just one of the ways that they're different. When you start dealing with uh, PRs, things get even hairier, right? And that's something I would just say in the talk. And then we go to integrations. Actually, I want to change the order in which we do some of this. And what's up, Red Monster? How you doing? I'm doing well. Yeah, so I want to change the order. I also want to get more music going. Right. So yeah, we're gonna have collections, adapters. I'm using Slidev. It's by Antfu. If you want to do like interactive things in it, it's mainly like you can do view components, but I want to do like an Astro implementation of Slidev that would allow you to do components in anything, which would be really nice. So then you could do React, Vue, whatever, right? So yeah, at some point, after I finish with some other projects, I want to do an Astro-based version of Slidev. Especially because I created a PR that I have not gotten any feedback on yet. But the idea is I want to do like speedrunner style splits so that like you can attach, or you can like in your front matter for each slide, you could have a value of like your split of like where you should be timing wise at that slide, and you can get this like delta of if you're like under or over. Right? Like I really want to do that. And I did like just the most basic implementation of it that's kind of like meh, but at least I wanted to get the idea out there. So like I hooked in, like I don't even know if I'm doing this the way that Antfu would want, but the idea is I'm watching this value and then I'm just doing like a dispatch event, and then I'm just listening to that event elsewhere. And yeah, I would happily do it as like a use hook or something, but I just want to make sure, like, should I even put in the effort of doing it the right way? And I'm just waiting for Antfu to respond, maybe. But if I do the Astro thing, then I don't need to worry about it. I can just build it myself. I can just do it anyway. So yeah, I think that would be cool. But yeah, Slidev's really good. Like there's just so many features. Like as an example, you can have a live Monaco editor in there, right? You can even run code in the Monaco editor. Let's see. Right? So you can have like markers show up where like things get underlined as you do it using rough, that library. Like there's a lot of really, really cool integrations. There's 2/ integrations. So you can like hover things as you're presenting, which is really cool. What was another one? Yeah, Shiki magic moves built in. So, you know, like you can like transition between two different things, right? Highlight certain parts. Like just, yeah, really magical. Like all the features that are built into it. Yeah, yeah, having Markdown to figure it out. And you can do like your own custom themes. So you can have your own like special like layouts and things like that. Like it's really, really good. Right? Like mermaid diagrams built in. Just, yeah, a lot of like really cool, just dev focused stuff. Yeah, click markers, right? So like things showing up like as you like click through, right? You can highlight various things. Like, dude, just, yeah, it's magical, man. Very awesome. This is something I probably wanted, but we worked around it. But yeah, yeah, Slidev. Awesome shit. I also really liked the one that Scott Chacon was using, though, too. Slidity or whatever. I tweeted about it or blue skied about it or whatever, and yeah, people are like, "Where's the screenshot? Where's the screenshot?" Like, dude, people are so fucking entitled on the internet. It would have taken 10 minutes just to make a screenshot. It would have taken you 10 minutes just to try it out. I love his commit messages, though. Final. Oh my god. Progress. Real slides. Like, I think we're done. Yeah, this is good. But yeah, his thing was awesome. Yeah, at some point I would love to use it when I'm doing like a CLI focused presentation. Oh, I bet. Oh, I bet. Hold on. Get Butler. Hold on. How do we get to the list of commits? Is it this button? Yeah. I think we can filter these. Yeah, it's probably like way back. Yeah, we probably got to go. Let's look 2024 maybe. Uh, I don't know when it started, but we'll say from here all the way to I don't know 23. Just don't do it. Oops. Oops again. Those sound like borrow checker issues. That definitely sounds like some borrow checker stuff. Cheating. Okay, that's just some CSS magic. All right. Yep, I can see it. That is kind of cheating. Hold up. Okay, so yeah. I think this should work. Wow, I effed up that merge. Got it to work. Oh my god, linter. Fix weird hunk thing. Oops, lint. So dumb. Cheating. We just saw cheating, yeah. Just don't do it. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna kill a motherfucker. It's so good. Who committed this? Rust is not my favorite language. Good fucking god formatting. Gotta love Rust. Oh, that's super good. Are you on Twitter, Caleb? Actually, would you prefer I don't call you out? Totally up to you. Yeah, totally up to you. I get it. And a viewer mentioned this tweet. Solid gold. Yeah, I totally get it. A little bit of anonymity goes a long way. And yeah, Cotter, so you're learning some Rust? Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, Rust is fun. I think it's a fine language. In general, when in doubt, clone it out. It becomes so much easier at that point. All right, borrow checker complaining, just clone it. The compiler's smart enough to elide away a bunch of those clones anyway. No, I get you. I get you. I totally get it. Oh, someone's spamming the Discord. Yep, massive spammer. Ban, delete messages previous 7 days. Yeah, such a pain. I really like what they've done with it though. If you catch it soon enough, just a single like right click their name ban, and then you can like have all their messages deleted from the past like X amount of time up to 7 days. That actually, it's a lifesaver. So like even if it does happen, you can just get rid of it and you're good. And it'll like scrub every channel. Like it sometimes takes a little bit, but yeah. Hmm. So yeah, thank you. I appreciate that notification there. Did you come at a bad time? No, it's a fine time. We're just working on slides, doing our thing. We were dealing, I guess, with some spam over in the Discord, and we just banned them and they're gone, and nice and easy. Yeah. Thank you for that, Code Spent. I really appreciate it. The one thing it doesn't do when you do like the ban and remove all messages thing is like undo like the notification dot on the channel, which I think would be a nice thing to do. But one of these days. Yeah, go for it, Code Spent. For sure, man. Yeah, showing that you know and care about the product. Yeah, that'd be great. Take it, steal it. Ah, okay. So you started with the margaritas. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I feel like wine fills the same void as like the beer thing. So if you start out with wine or beer and then move into liquor, never been sicker, right? But beer, yeah, beer before liquor, never been sicker. Liquor before beer, you're in the clear, right? Yeah, exactly. You knew where I was going with it. All right, so yeah, let's keep working on our slides. You been known to hop a bar too? Yeah, exactly. Same. There you go. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no one wants an upset stomach. I totally get that. Oh, almost banned not Nightbot. There you go, Codespent. Okay, so you're watching me 2021 to 2023. You're Turkish, and all Turkish streamers are switching to Kick. You haven't even logged into Twitch for 2 years. Yeah, I refuse to stream on Kick. Um, Hold on, we got an ad break. Probably should have delayed the ad. We'll just let the ad end real quick. All right, there we go. Yeah, yeah. I refuse to stream to Kick. It's like I'm not a big fan of the gambling thing, and also it seems to be like a haven for like right wing people, and I'm just not a fan. I know, right? Yeah, the invite links can be annoying. If you just go into Discord and click the plus button and then paste the invite link, that's the easiest way I've done it before. But yeah, it gets super annoying. Yeah. Yeah, it's even worse where like you'll click the link and the link doesn't work in the browser, but you paste it into Discord and it works just fine. That one always throws me off. Not sure why that happens, but like maybe I have another account or something that isn't verified or something. I don't know. Um, okay, cool, cool, cool. So back to what we're doing. You sometimes link to Discord messages in your GitHub issues. You don't think there's any way of navigating to those in the app. Yeah, that is weird. I feel like there might be some like deep link. Like even the desktop app, Code Spent. Yeah, does Discord not have a deep link? Like I don't know, take the link that you're given, remove like the domain part, and then do like Discord :// and see if that pops open the app. That's not a bad idea to test. I can actually do it right now. I'm very curious about that. Copy message link. Switch to a different channel. Yeah, now I am very curious. Paste. It does try to open Discord. It does not take me to where I expected, though. So yeah, I'm not sure what the structure of the deep link would be. Did it actually take you to the message? Going from Safari? Interesting. Yeah, I tried it on Windows and it didn't take me where I wanted, but I probably need to update Discord anyway. But yeah, that might be something where when you're pasting like Discord links, like maybe just like a little micro tool. Just, I mean, yeah, it's not hard to add the Discord // But yeah, could be cool to like automate that in some way though. Like depending on how often you do it. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Joe from the future. Yeah, just like a super basic browser extension. Yep. Yeah, welcome, Joe. How you doing? All right, so yeah, engine is going to go first. I'm curious, what domains we got so far? So yeah, any of these look like cool names for a web app? Pasosto. There you go. No. These are not domains I have. This was we did a lookup of like synonyms for certain words like wallet, quota, and some of those things, and then we get the synonyms back, and then we pass the synonyms and the original words into a translator to get their words in like other languages, and then we do some other like magic, and then we check to see like what would be a cool app name. It's not perfect, but yeah, this is just the thing we got going right now to fiddle with it. Yeah, we did this on stream months ago, long time ago. Yeah, Quotani, like, so technically, there's a bunch of these that used to be in here that I already registered. So Akvoda, Quotani, there's like a few that I've already locked down. Actually, yeah, let's look at that. I may have to log out. Yeah. I think.
Now, wouldn't you like to be a pepper?
Okay, yeah, two-factor auth time. So yeah, like a bunch of my other ones are like rolled in here. But yeah, Wadham, Waletti, Quotani, Kikobi. I kind of like Kikobi. Um, Granvina. No, that was one we were gonna do for Masijo. Um, yeah, Athkaw or Akvoda. I think I'm mostly leaning towards Kikobi, Quotani, Waletti, or Akvoda. Waletti sounds like class. Yeah, someone's already tried to buy it from me too. I don't know if it was a scam or not. I feel like Quotani's not bad. Kokobi's not bad either. Get Butler with two T's. I like that. I like that. Yeah. For everyone who's unaware, the Get Butler CLI tool is called But. BUT. And then there was but there's a subcommand called rub. So you run but rub. It's so good. I like the fact that, there's a good sense of humor behind it. Yeah, it's pretty good. So yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking Waletti, Quotani, Kokobi, or Akvoda. Yeah, short and memorable. Yep, nailed it. Let me double check. What does Kikobi actually mean? I I don't think it was the Japanese because it wouldn't have been flattery. Writing an email to the crates.io people asking them to give you the but crate name since the existing one was parked with an empty project. Got it. I've always wondered what the process for that would be. So yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it. I mean, just seeing the amount of traffic. Kikobi's more popular than Waletti. Like 100% more popular. All right. So yeah, back to building these slides. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to cancel that. I want to kick off like a proper search. But we need more music first. All right, so I wanted to check count, tally, um, accountant, bookie, bookkeeper. I think that's good enough. All right, so yeah, we're gonna get some new stuff out of that one, so we don't have to marry ourselves um, to the ones that we have already. You know, they're just domain names. I'm okay with it. All right, so then back to what lives in the engine. Is there a way to collapse all? Hmm. Do I find AI useful when working on my side projects? It depends on the project. Oh, yeah, this is going to be weird. Right. We'll just gut. Yeah. Right, we can do something like that. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm not fully into the AI thing nearly as much as I probably should be. Um, but there was a thing I did recently to prove out, like to build this like demo video for Gitkraken, and using our MCP server, I was able to like totally solve like a problem in my NeoVim plugin, just based off like the feedback that was in the issue, which was really cool. Yes, I am off the wait list for Kiro. So yes, good reminder. I do need to make some content around that. Sorry, a coworker wants me to look at something. seeing the section he's talking about. Oh, here it is. Uh, okay, sorry. Just had to reply to that. All right, so let's continue doing this stuff. And maybe there's a better way to do this. Like maybe I could just grab the TypeScript definition. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can just grab the TypeScript definition. Okay, sorry. Just okay. So yeah, I think I like this better than going through one by one and solving that junk. It's still a bit long, so we're going to have to give it a max height. Okay, so yeah, we need to go back to the SlideEv docs and look up how they're doing some of this. Yeah, so this is the syntax. And we can do this. All right, so then max height, though, I don't know. Maybe something like that. Oh, that is the wrong one. Wrong slide. Okay, so then, yeah, instead of 60, let's just call it 50. And that looks pretty good to me. All right, so then, yeah, we talk about the engine, and then we go into integrations. And integrations are basically just how we work with these things. In React, etc. Okay, so then, yeah, we see the integration here. We probably want to do the same thing of making it scrollable. And what's up, Logos? How you doing? Yeah, so hold on. What is a subscription in that case? right? We're not using it. Yeah, so I should at least just fix that. All right, if we're not using it, why make it an argument? Or I should just add it. Yeah, I should just add that. Like, I just don't think I'm gonna actually need it. Oh, okay. Um, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure this subscription's actually necessary. And hey, what's up, Owen? How's it going, Humble Web Dev? And yeah, what's up, Yasiri? Yeah, this isn't black. This is like a gray. But yeah, it's kind of dark in this room, so I could see how it looks black. Yeah, I didn't even plan it with like the beanie matching the hoodie though. That was just pure serendipity. Ready for fantasy football this week? Yeah, I'm playing against the managerless team, and it looks like I'm gonna win. We'll see. You know, I think you're the Bears, right? Da Bears. Oh, that's who you played last week. Oh, you played the manager list last week, right? Yeah. So yeah, you're up against Vaders. Your defense is on a bye, so you may want to make some moves. Oh, you're Tom's Ingenious team. Sorry, different one. Yeah, my bad, my bad. So who are you up against this week? Ooh, Kyler Murray being questionable. That's tough. Yeah, I don't know. Anyone you want to trade for Geno? Geno Atkins or whatever? Because I don't see you have a backup quarterback. Oh, you do. You have Stafford. Never mind. Yeah, Stafford's probably fine. Yeah, Stafford's fine. You can just click your name, Yo Siri. And what's up, Dorina? How you doing? Yeah, Patrick's peerless team, dude. His team's pretty good. Yeah, you are undefeated, Tom. Damn, well played. Oh, and he's got a bunch of favorable matchups too. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one for you. McConkey? Who's McConkey? Oh, gotcha. Your receiver. Gotcha. Yeah, makes sense. Yep. Yeah, I just saw it. Yeah, all right. So I think when I talk about this slide, I'll just mainly call out like I'm not entirely happy with it. It does work, but there's some like needless abstractions in here. Uh, this could be a lot better. Blah blah blah, and whatever, right? But at least it works. If anyone has some good ideas about how to make it better using some of the new React APIs, just let me know. But maybe we don't want to use new APIs because we want to be like broadly compatible. Because yeah, like use effect event could be a thing. Hold on, I gotta pass some feedback. Cool. Okay. Yeah, we have an updated project. This is like a short term thing. I don't feel like updating the project command every day. If you're curious about what our plans are for today, that's the today command. Oh, and yes, that's what I wanted to do real quick. We're gonna do this Nightbot thing because we get people trying to do the followage all the time. There we go. No, Nightbot's its own thing. You think I'm the only one? You should be able to click your own name. I know I've done it in someone else's chat. Really? Yo, Siri, are you on mobile? Because, yeah, maybe mobile doesn't do it, but desktop does. Ah, so you're on mobile. Got it. Well, hold on. Let me update it. There we go. So, yes. And who was checking that? That was you, right, Yosiri? So, yeah, basically, I can tell you. You've been following since June 15th, 2023. If you want to, like, if you click someone else's name, you can only see that if you're a mod or the streamer. So, yeah, that's like a separate thing. Oh, yeah, I got plenty of QAs. I'm a collector of QAs. All right, so then, yeah, integrations. You followed since 2019, but you think with another account? Yeah, that happens. You forgot the password and the email was fake, so you lost it. Ooh. Yeah, that's rough. Could you create the email? Right? Like, it doesn't matter if it didn't exist in the first place. Oh, it was a temp email service? Got it. So you're talking like Gorilla or whatever? Or, what's the other one? Mailinator? Like, theoretically, you could just, yeah, you should be able to just create the temp email and do it. But are you saying it's like a temp email service that died? If so, yeah, that's a bummer. Okay, so if we think about this, what would the next slides need to be? So maybe we want to create like a caveats slide. Let's get another album going. It's a short one, but I really like this artist. And actually, the benefits I want to do like right after we introduce it before we cover the core concepts. Hmm. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe benefits isn't even that important. Hey, Sparaphoria, Mr. Sir. Yeah, what are you up to? I was actually thinking about going and pouring a beverage, so I'll hold off on that. But yeah, we are working on a slide presentation for React Summit because I'm doing a pre-recorded talk there, and I'm also co-emceeing JS Nation, and they happen within like a 2-day block of each other, which I'm really proud of. Like, yeah, pretty stoked on it. My talk, which I can show a little bit about, is this thing I was working on a while back called Oh-My-Ghaad, which is like Git hosting as a database. And yeah, what were you up to on your stream? Sorry, let me double check that. Talking to Dbus. What is Dbus? But yeah, so just real quick for everyone, like the idea behind Oh-My-Ghaad and using like Git hosting as a database is pretty interesting, right? So if we look at like, first let's break down what is a backend. Well, it's data, authentication, and authorization. And you get that through GitHub, right? So like if we think about a database, it's maybe like one of these SQL databases or NoSQL databases, but there's increasingly more like file-based solutions that are maybe data on S3 and using something like Athena from Amazon, or even Hive or Presto just to read data files in and then just query them. With authentication, right, you just need to know who the user is, and we get that through OAuth. For authorization, right, your repos have permissions of who can modify what in the repo, right? So if you really, really like squint your eyes and look at this magic eye, you might start to see that GitHub provides all of these things for us. Hence, I created Oh-My-Ghaad. And then from there, right, the core concepts of Oh-My-Ghaad are, well, we got collections, adapters, engine, and integrations. Collections are just, the things that you want to store, right? So the schema for it, so that you can validate these things. Then we create the collection as, like by providing names so that we can, reference these things in our UI easier, so that we can do like creating a new ID for these. So you can decide if you want to use nano ID or type ID or whatever. And then, right, we move on to adapters. Adapters are how we connect to our backend. Oh, it's fine. This isn't the full talk, but yeah, it's just a lightning talk anyway, and it's pre-recorded, so whatever. But I at least want to give you guys the context and see, like, if I give you the basic gist without going too deep on each slide, is there, like, stuff that you think I should add? Like, am I missing something that explains it? That kind of thing. So, yeah, right here, adapters, we see that the base class of adapter is what we inherit or what we extend in other places, right? We also have this interface of what functions we require from an adapter so that our engine can use it. As an example, here's a little bit about like the GitHub adapter. And what we can see is that we have like, to describe why we need adapters, there are differences in these APIs. So GitHub has an API for just put file. Now, that's not something that we're putting at the top level of our adapter, but it's something that we can call inside of our top level functions of create file and update file. But really, they're just proxying to this put file function, which is kind of cool. For the GitLab one, we don't have a put file. Instead, it's just creating a commit. And in that commit, we decide if we're creating a file or updating a file. And I might want to like figure out like highlighting those two sections. That would be kind of nice. That's a good feature. Yeah, I want to like highlight these without having to like highlight them, So that would be a good update to this. And then finally, the adapters get used by what we call the engine. And the engine has the top level functions that you're going to be consuming if you build an application on top of this, such as get collections, get collection items, etc. And what that ends up doing is we fetch all of these things, right? We could fetch a collection, which would be a list of just all the items in that list. Actually, I got to double check what some of these functions do, but it's also how we manage our tokens so that when you're wiring up the OAuth stuff within your application, we can set that token to make our request to the API. And this is just like the top level thing you would consume in your application if you wanted to build something with it, right? And then finally, we have integrations. The engine itself doesn't really solve everything for you. We maybe need to wire up to the reactivity of whatever framework you're using. Here, I only have a React integration so far, but making a Vue hook would be cool. There's probably something I could do on top of Svelte, but this is for React Summit, so the React integration is the only one that matters, right? And in it, all we're doing is just wiring up this use effect and some states that we can update so that we can trigger a re-render when our engine data changes. So if you looked back at the engine, you might notice this like private notify subscribers. Well, technically your application, whatever components are using the engine, they would be a subscriber and we want to trigger them to make them re-render. So pretty cool stuff there. And then we want to dig into some of the caveats, like performance issues. And this is basically where we've left off, not left off, but where we're at as far as like still fine tuning our slides. Let me get more music going though. So yeah, does it sound like a cool idea? One of the things I'm going to say at the end is like, I will not be offended if nobody ever uses this. I just thought it was a fun thought experiment. I really like thinking outside of the box and making serverless applications in various ways, right? There's local only applications. There's serverless, right? When we think of serverless, it's not that there isn't a server, it's that we don't care about the server. And at this point, yeah, GitHub as a backend is a server I just don't care about. But there will be rate limiting permissions and things like that can be a little annoying. So then, yeah, what we want to do, right? Yeah, key takeaway. I don't care if people use it. I just want it to be inspiration for you to think outside the box of what a serverless application can actually be. Yeah, I just think it's a matter of getting too hung up on the actual words. But when you recognize that it's not that there isn't a server, it's that you don't care about the server, right? Out of sight, out of mind at that point. Like, yeah, I don't care where it's running, what server it's running on, etc. To me, the application is then serverless. Yeah, it can move around, right? Like, so technically, if we like really expand what serverless means, it could be on a single server, but that's not my concern. Like, if you're not getting enough requests for it to move around and it's just using the same like stale instance, like that doesn't matter to you, right? So it's just like a level of concern at that point, right? Like separation of concerns. Serverless, like the server becomes someone else's problem. And the greatest camouflage in the known universe is the someone else's problem field. So yeah, hold on. A somebody else's problem field, or SEP, is a useful way of safely protecting something from unwanted eyes. An SEP can run almost indefinitely on a torch or a 9-volt battery and is able to do so because it utilizes a person's natural tendency to ignore things they don't easily accept, like, for example, aliens at a cricket match. Any object around which an SEP is applied will cease to be noticed because any problems one may have understanding it, and therefore accepting its existence, becomes someone else's problem. An object becomes not so much invisible as unnoticed. An SEP can be seen if caught by surprise or out of the corner of one's eye. I don't know. I'm a big Hitchhiker's Guide fan, if you couldn't tell. Yeah. Like, technically, nothing is truly serverless. Even if you're doing a client-only application, you know, like, some CDN shipped you those assets. Even if you're doing a desktop application, your computer is basically acting as the server. Like, you know, there's basically no such thing as a serverless application. Like, truly serverless if people want to get, like, really hung up on the name. But, yeah, it's not a big deal. I'm struggling to think what a better name would have been, right? Like, Cloud Functions is correct, but S3, you wouldn't consider S3 a cloud function. But you could still call it serverless because you don't care what server it's from. So yeah, we need to finish working on my slides. And then, yes, I missed what you were saying about dbus. Uh, so not kernel stuff, it's user space, but kind of near the bottom of the user space stack since the init system uses it so heavily. Ah, and when you say init, you mean like init.d or whatever, like the daemon or daemon or however you pronounce it. So I'd guess that like systemd is probably like utilizing the dbus as well. I mean, technically, if it ends with like .d, it's probably using the dbus then, right? Like, is that basically just how like the daemons run? Yeah, I'm curious about that. Yep. Okay. Oh, so the dbus actually does like the IPC stuff. Ah, okay. Okay, so not once have you come across a serverless setup that makes sense from a cost or scale perspective. They almost always end up costing orders of magnitude more than just hosting it in a more traditional way, especially Lambdas. I mean, being able to scale to zero is hugely powerful. Like, you can't scale to zero with a VPS. So if you have an application that runs a couple times a month, right? Some internal app, serverless is a perfect use case for that, right? To me, it's about scale to zero. Everyone has their own thing that they care about for serverless. For me, it's, yeah, I need to be able to scale to zero. The moment you're hosting a VPS or something, someone has to maintain that VPS, right? So how many servers can you theoretically run before you're wasting like an entire dev's time, right? Like one single engineer's entire salary could be maintaining 20 different like VPS servers or something, right? Is that a good use of your money? Is that a good use of your dev's time? Not really. It's often sold as a panacea. I mean, yeah. We all hate Vercel. Totally. We all hate Vercel. It's fine. I get it. But if you just think about how much time and effort it takes to manage a server cluster that can scale to some crazy level if you need it to, how much does that cost you as far as like engineering time and expertise? Meanwhile, if you just throw it up on Lambda, yeah, a Reddit hug of death isn't going to kill you. And you don't have to have a single engineer monitoring these things. That's Amazon's job. But yes, I do completely agree. When serverless goes wrong, there are issues, right? Like, I think we've all seen serverless horrors, right? Or something like that. Yeah, that's the name. So yeah, this is maintained by Andrus from Coolify. So yeah, totally. You know, these things are scary as hell. There's a reason Vercel doesn't have my credit card. They couldn't possibly charge me money. There's a big reason Vercel does not have my credit card. But when you look at things like Cloudflare and AWS Lambda, those are actually incredibly reasonable as far as pricing goes. Vercel is basically doing like a 10 to 100x markup on top of those things. So in general, right, Netlify, Vercel, all of like the resellers, those are where the big issues happen. With AWS, dude, AWS will happily forgive a simple mistake or, you know, like misconfiguration, whatever, because they know it's in their best interest to keep you as a customer for life. Vercel is doing a rug pull. I don't think you're using that word like that. Yeah, rug pull is a separate thing. Vercel is a reseller. They're adding a markup. That's it, right? Once you recognize that, it's like every other reseller you've ever dealt with in any industry, any business. They're just a reseller of someone else's hardware. Yeah, Twilio is a reseller. Like, but I would say Twilio provides actual services, whereas like Vercel is basically just a thin layer on top. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Sorry, we just have that in place to prevent spammers. You're not spamming, but I can read what you said. So don't get me wrong, I use Fly.io for personal projects. Bigger cost, lower friction. Sure. Yeah, Twilio does have like the cloud function stuff too. And that, I would assume they're basically a reseller to someone else. But for all the other stuff, like, yeah, just because they're using AWS doesn't necessarily make them a reseller. What makes Vercel a reseller is basically they're just thinly wrapping the stuff that you could do totally on your own on AWS or whatever, right? Like there is an AWS equivalent specifically for what Vercel is giving you. Now Twilio, right? Like they're doing their own SMS and all that stuff. They're not just wrapping Amazon's SMS, right? So that's like a separate thing, I think. I don't think they're just wrapping Amazon's SMS. That would be weird if they are. But yeah, like Resend, right? The email company. They're basically just wrapping SQS or simple, not SQS. Is it also SMS for the email stuff? Like Amazon's simple messaging server or whatever? I think it is, right? Yeah, SMS can do email and like text messages, right? Yeah. Okay, just double checking. So yeah, but Resend is just directly wrapping that stuff. I would be curious if SendGrid is actually doing that. I would think SendGrid's probably on their own. I don't know for sure, actually. SES? Oh, that's it. SES, not SMS. Good call. Good catch. SES. Thank you. Yeah, brain fart. Yep. Yeah, the simple email service. Yeah, I didn't even do that on purpose. I had the green beanie on and I just needed like a thinner hoodie. I had like a way too thick of a hoodie on. But yeah, you know, serverless horrors. I think there's a couple more recent ones that he could add to this. And yeah, Andrus is a cool dude. So yeah, and I get it there. Kanan, you know, Fly.io, I don't actually consider serverless. It is, they do like the scale to zero thing though, which is kind of cool. As far as I know, they're the only one that really does like the full scale to zero, but you still treat it basically like a VPS. Yeah, Fly.io like lives in a pretty cool niche. Where's the pricing? Here we go. I mean, they massively overcharge for RAM, though. Right? They massively overcharge for, like, volume size. They massively overcharge for cores. Yeah, like a 2-core, whatever, right? At this point, with just a single gig, technically we'd want to go and look at this, because this is equivalent to like a decent DigitalOcean box that would cost you $10 instead of the 18, which can be a little annoying. But as far as I know, they do some kind of like scale to 0. But you're not going to be able to scale the volume to 0. Yeah, right. So they're calculating based on hours. So if you end up like, you get a couple people using it and you're only using it like 20 hours a month, that's actually pretty damn reasonable, right? They charge for database too. Yeah, you don't actually want to be hosting Postgres on one of their regular machines. You're going to want to add like a production Postgres, which is weird. And you're going to want to like, do the read-write replica bullshit. And that's where they really start to get you. At least from what I read, it would be a bad idea to have a Postgres instance on the same as your like regular machine. But I don't know. This looks like it's the same. So I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I don't know. Like what I was reading, it definitely didn't seem like hosting the database on the same server was a good idea. But looking at the more comprehensive calculator here, I don't know if that's a problem. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. How the price differs between Fly and Railway? Does Railway do the scale to 0 too? Yeah, yeah. I'm not saying they do or don't. I actually don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't see that part. They do? Okay. Yeah, I just find it weird that it's not called out very heavily. So then I'm curious what like the cold start times are. Well, no, no. I'm talking about compute at least. Right? Like even with Fly.io, you're not scaling completely to 0, right? But your compute does scale to 0. They claim around 1 second for the cold start in usual cases. Okay. They do that for free users, but the free user like pricing is super small, right? It's like just up to half a gig, one vCPU, half a gig of storage too. Like, yeah, that's pretty small. How many things do you think you could actually host in only half a gig of storage? So that's Express itself. Okay, and it does show the other like dependencies too. Oh, okay, yeah, that's not so bad. Yeah, Fly.io is based on Firecracker. Is Railway also Firecracker based? I don't think I knew that. But yeah, with only half a gig of storage, there's really not much you're hosting on that. Like, just really like hobby projects, you know? It's a pain in the ass to instrument. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. Cloudflare workers are incredibly reasonable as far as like pricing goes. Like there was the whole Vercel versus Cloudflare like drama where I don't know, someone called Theo a liar and did some benchmarking that wasn't necessarily great, and then Theo came back with his response that was better benchmarking. Um, but like, dude, I don't think any of those hit on like how much would this cost you at a certain scale, right? Like to me, that's actually more important than the raw performance. But yeah, let's double check that. Hate that. Log out. Oh yeah, Vercel, like you're spending a bare minimum $20 a month, right? Like that's already like a non-starter. But $20, it's not game breaking. All right, so yeah, per request and then per CPU time. All right, so 12 cents an hour versus 2 cents an hour. That's for compute. All right, so 10 million a month included. But then $2 per million. What? Like, holy shit, dude. So yeah, like order of magnitudes more expensive to host on Vercel. Completely conveniently glossed over during that Twitter drama. Right? Bandwidth. Storage. No. Where's like some bandwidth stuff? Actually, I think it was on this page. Oh, and Cloudflare bandwidth is free, right? So yeah, like the amount of data could get you screwed real quick too. So yeah, like yeah, that's the biggest thing. But at some point, you know, if you're like really like nickel and diming, is that where your energy is best spent? Probably not. I mean, we can look at it. I was mainly just talking about the drama between like the Cloudflare workers and Vercel stuff, but yeah, we could look at AWS too. All right, so yeah, 20 cents per million requests, 30 cents per million requests. So Lambda is cheaper a bit there. For CPU time, what is a GB second? Yeah, here you go. This is probably the better thing to look at, right? Price per 1 millisecond versus per million milliseconds. So that's where this gets a little trickier. So if we remove, let's say 6 zeros, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you're looking at pretty comparable pricing. You don't get to maybe size your workers. So that's where, yeah, like, Lambda is definitely cheaper. No, Cloudflare's on their own hardware. Yeah, Cloudflare has like the largest CDN network in the world, as far as I know. Yeah, Cloudflare's its own beast. I'm actually curious how many data center locations they have. Right, versus, let's just say AWS Lambda locations. It's really not that many. Yeah, like there might be certain things that are a wrapper for AWS, but no, like internally, Cloudflare uses Google Cloud. Like I'm pretty sure GCP is where they are for like a lot of their internal stuff. For their production stuff, I'm not sure about everything. So you thought Cloudflare's CDN was different than this network? So keep in mind, right? Cloudflare only runs at the edge. They don't have the centralized locations like Lambda does. So if you wanted to compare like Lambda at edge, that's where you'd be doing like the CDN stuff. Lambda at edge is also like way more expensive. So we should have been looking at that when we were comparing price. Let me get more music going. Yeah. So GCP went out because Cloudflare uses GCP for internal stuff, and that brought down a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, they don't want to be dog fooding, right? Like the snake eating its tail for like internal things, like on their production stuff. So yeah, that was the incident. Yep. But yeah, as far as like their production stuff that we can use, right? Consumer stuff, there may be some things that are wrapping AWS. But for the most part, like their CDN network and like the stuff at edge is a separate thing. Now, let's actually do that. Let's compare AWS Lambda at edge because I'm curious about this. Maybe that's still over on the pricing page. Here we go, edge pricing. So then, yes, 60 cents per million requests, right? For every gigabyte second they're running. Yeah, this is harder to compare. But yeah, in general, yeah, Lambda at edge is way more expensive, but it's the more comparable thing when you're looking at like locations. So then if we wanted to compare Lambda at edge, like what we would do is we would look at the CloudFront locations. I'm surprised they don't have just like some marketing page tell us how many locations they have. Here we go. Yeah, why don't they have the number? I just want the number. But yeah, I mean, just looking at it, this is way more locations, right? So yeah, it's definitely like not the same network. I'm supposed to start work on a new API concept with work trees tomorrow, and it's already 2 a.m. Oof. Yeah, sorry. Didn't mean to keep you up. The chat's here just too good, as is probably the wine. Yeah, no, I get you. But you can blame me anyway. Yeah, I think a big thing about CloudFront or Cloudflare is the free bandwidth. You've got to hit some massive scale for them to start wanting to like charge you enterprise like bandwidth costs, which is still something that could happen. But yeah, just the free bandwidth is amazing. Like in general, if you consider a lot of the bills on serverless horrors, let's see. Hold on. Right. They don't really break down. Hmm. Yeah, Google. Okay, so yeah, function execution amount. Never mind. Yeah, no, it's just everything's expensive on Vercel. Oh, hold on. I gotta follow up with someone. Okay, there we go. Okay. As a single data point, you use Vercel for hosting your docs and front page, and it hasn't been problematic yet. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. I always wonder, like, why would you do that though? Because it's really just static assets. Like I would assume, are you using Next.js? Like, is there a reason to use Next.js for that stuff? Maybe A/B testing, like server side A/B testing. Is it just for the convenience of deploy? Svelte kit and Next.js for a new sub page you put out, 100% for the convenience and preview deployments. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, if it ends up ever being an issue, there is this GitHub action that's really good. I always forget the name of it. Uh, hold on. Yeah. So deploy. I think that's branch deploy. That's the name of it. Yeah, you guys host your Forge infrastructure and backend on AWS. Yep. Yeah, no worries. Yep. Yeah, when I spoke at GitHub Universe last year, one of the people running the demo stage is the guy that built this, which is super cool. Very, very cool dude. Think it was this guy. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, and he was really excited to show it off. So yeah, just in case stuff ever becomes an issue, here's something you can use for the future. And it's just a GitHub action that goes out and does like the branch deploy stuff for you. I haven't tried to wire it up myself completely, so I'm not totally sure, but yeah, it's very cool. The one feature you wish GitHub would support is the idea of branch tagging. So you can break away from a monorepo, but keep atomic commits. Huh. Yeah, it makes sense, Caleb. So like what Garrett does. Okay, so yeah. Cool. You can muddle around with it, but that's about it. Yeah. I really like things that make it easier to work with. So like I've used Architect before. Just for like managing pushing out like lambdas and all that stuff. Like DynamoDB stuff, SQS, like a whole bunch of those things become really easy with something like Architect. But it's also it's got some rough edges. I know Theo just doesn't like Architect. One of the best compliments he ever gave me was he didn't think Architect was even worth looking at until he saw how I was using it, which was cool. Because I basically built my own framework around Architect. The AWS Copilot CLI, not the AI thing, the deploy thing. Oh, so AWS had a thing called Copilot? Oh. I don't remember that at all. Hmm. All right, real quick. I'm going to go slice some limes. Yeah, AWS has Q and Kiro, which are cool. So yeah, Copilot CLI. I've never heard of that. And Alex, good call on the Shopify recommendation. Turns out some of the businesses already run on it. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, self-hosting e-commerce is definitely not something you want to get into. Limes, time for a margarita? No, it's just going to be like whiskey, lime juice, water. You know, it's better than lemonade because the lemonade is a lot of calories, but it's a little more flavorful than just the water. Bottled in Bond Thursday for you. Yeah, I am going to be sipping on some Basil Hayden myself. I definitely got to be careful about the Old Fitzgerald. I finished this Old Fitzgerald. I've got one bottle left. I may want to pick up some extras because this is just delicious. You know, pick up some extras to do like as a gift or something. But yeah, the Basil Hayden. I'll keep up with that one. But let me go slice these limes, and I will be right back. Give me a sec. And it turns out I'll be slicing the limes in here because that's where the knife is, which I need to rinse off real quick. Yeah, let me go rinse this in the sink. But yeah, that was a good discussion about Lambda and like cloud hosting and serverless and all that. Yeah, I always benefit from those kind of conversations. And this knife is so damn dull, it's dangerous. All right. Oh, I gotta rinse the glass. Shit, I forgot about that part. Give me a sec. Ooh. Lime squeezer for the office so you can have fresher margaritas. Yeah, sounds like a good idea to me. So wait, are you at like the Git Butler headquarters? That's in like Germany, right? Cool. Is that where Git Merge was last year? I remember it being in Berlin. I didn't actually double check if it was at the headquarters. Ah, okay, okay. At a hotel venue. That makes more sense. Yeah, I need to get my passport so I can go if it happens there next year. Only 9 or 10 people? Damn, and you had like a big portion of the team there. Were all of you out there? 7 of y'all. Very cool. Yeah, Robert Tables, like the biggest thing Git Butler does, which is pretty cool, is like the way they like do like virtual branches and some of that stuff. Like being able to compose branches and like move things around. Very similar to the commit composer that we're working on. Yeah, the way you like drag commits around from branch to branch. Alrighty. Beverage poured. Working on a CLI that has a similar vibe to JJ. Yep, and that was the thing that Scott was showing, right? The rub thing. The butt rub. Yep. Yeah, our CLI started out more focused on the idea of like work items. But then we did just like the basics of like, you know, GKAI commit, GKAI PR. Like you can do like commits and PRs using our AI BS. I mean, all AI is BS, not ours, not just ours. And like BS in a good way. I gotta watch my words. I actually do find it really useful, like the commit and PR generation stuff. Like, because I'm mainly a CLI user myself. And oh shit. So this has a bug. Why do we. Alright. Well, that's fun. So yeah, we don't get any results from that. Yeah, this thing's super buggy. I may want to use some AI to fix that. Some AI BS to fix it. But yeah, like how are you guys shipping? Like I'm guessing you guys have an MCP server? So yeah, you guys are doing it basically the same way we are. It's just a part of your CLI tool. Claude Code and cursor hooks. Interesting. What's the benefit of like hooks like that versus just MCP server? Oh, interesting. Is it really just that like MCP is newer? No, no, no. That's fine. That's fine. You spelled all that fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, wait. And hold on. Yeah, let me double check this. All right. So, yeah, the gist was that this just spun up too much junk. Which, yeah, sounds about right. That's the problem I have with, shit. What's the AWS thing? Amplify? Right? Like it's meant to make S3 and CD and CloudFront and like all that stuff easier. Right? Like single command deploy, but I feel like it does too much and ends up costing more. But I could be wrong. I've never found a good use case for Amplify. Okay, so the MCP server came first. The hooks and CC integration give you all a better way of tying into virtual branches, where Conductor does isolated work trees checkouts for each session, and then you have Claude Code isolated to a single branch, but within a single checkout. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, yeah, sounds good. For sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be really curious about what benefits it would have. Like, do Claude Code hooks end up being like Codex and Open Code and what's the other one? Like QCLI compatible? Because that would be huge if it ends up being like a separate, like, common abstraction. But if it's just for Claude Code, yeah, it might be a hard sell. I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to look into it more. Like, we basically just got two devs, like, working on the MCP server and the CLI. So, yeah, it's like, it's a bit heavy. But we could always add more. It just, just depends. And let me double check, make sure I'm not missing stuff. So, yeah, agent client protocol is definitely something we want to do. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, Zed made the ACP. Got it. You determined it doesn't fulfill your needs for the moment. Yep. Yeah, we haven't started developing towards the agent client protocol as well. Yeah, I need to look into like the agent client protocol more. Let's look at their website. Yeah, I almost feel like ACP versus MCP. Like if MCP already has like all of the just like the attention of the industry. Do they do like a comparison like ACP versus MCP? And then there's A2A as well. Ah, that's right. Right, so like multi-agent systems. Here's a comparison. Here we go. Here we go. Wait, we just read that ACP is JSON RPC still, though. I'm not sure this is accurate. Isn't ACP more like for IDEs and text editors to integrate with AI agents and allow them to perform actions using the IDE? So how does that really differ from MCP? Because it's kind of the same, isn't it? So for integrating agents into an editor like Zed, oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, that makes more sense. So yes, it's so that the editor can expose the things to. Okay, yes. So I get what you're saying now. Um, Silver hairs. That makes more sense. So it's a way for Zed to not have to build their own agent, right? They can just expose functionality for agents to manipulate the editor. That makes more sense. Okay. So yeah, like probably not that useful for what we're doing. And because we have like API endpoints that we've already abstracted with MCP, there's maybe not a lot of value for exposing ACP from like GitKraken desktop or something. You know, because you could just manipulate the REST API instead, or the Git repo instead, or whatever, right? So you don't need something to manipulate like the actual app. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense then. I would assume your CLI is written in Rust. Yep. Okay. Yeah, ours is Go. But then, how are you guys going about getting yourself onto like the official registry? Yeah, exactly. Rust just makes a lot of sense. But yeah, like, have you guys been made aware of like the official MCP registry? It's what uh, VS Code is going to be using under the hood for their like lookup and all that stuff. I think GitHub is also going to be using like the official registry. But yeah, like the requisites are publishing to like specific ways. Um, yeah, so like the deployment. So you would do like maybe an MCPB package, a Docker OCI image, a NuGet package, a PyPy, or NPM. That's if you're doing like a package-based deployment, which yeah, as a CLI tool you would have to, right? So our plan at least is we're going to release an NPM package that is going to be like Git Kraken MCP or something, right? I don't know for sure the name, but then the idea is that that would that would have like a README that's like only MCP focused instead of our current like CLI that's just CLI, you know? Yeah, there's like the other ones that are easy, right? So uh MCP uh, awesome MCP. Yeah, awesome MCP. Like these servers are super easy to get onto. It's just a pull request you make. Awesome MCP servers here. This is like a prettier one, but it's still just a. I guess it's more than a PR. Yeah, I know we got into this one though. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but yeah, some of these like other like smaller registries aren't going to be nearly as important as like the core like MCP official one. So yeah, there's two or three of the awesome like MCP lists. One of them's really good because it's like translated to Chinese and Korean, which is like a big market. Like so yeah, that one's cool. But yeah, like the official one, you got to have your package somewhere on one of these five. It'd be nice if they added crates at some point, but I don't know if they will. And yeah, you notice like brew isn't there either. So yeah, basically just like yeah, exactly. You could totally publish via npm. Yep. Yeah, that's going to be the approach I think we're going to go with. The MCPB is maybe an option too, which okay. There it is. Yeah, yeah. It just seems a little like weirder, and if it just makes sense for us to be able to do like a totally separate README that's just MCP focused instead of our current CLI that is all this other stuff. Right. So, when we link out to it, we're currently linking to this. Once we get like the NPM package, I'm probably going to have to go back and fix the awesome lists as well. But yeah, yeah, happy to chat about this stuff. I think, again, right? Different companies, same team. If any of us, any company convinces someone that a desktop Git GUI is worth using, we both win. Right? Like rising tide lifts all boats and all that. Yep. Right? Like there's people who might pay for both, especially if their company is paying for it anyway. But yeah, yeah, we can keep slowly working on our slides. I would have been way more like stressing on this talk or on like finishing the slides by today if I had noticed if I was like gaming with friends, but they both had to pass for tonight. So yeah, I don't have any obligation tonight. I can end stream whenever I want. And I picked up 2 slices of pizza that I can eat for dinner. So yeah, my night's wide open. Oh no. Right? If I didn't want to be distracted, why would I stream? Nah, the distraction's part of the fun. And also, realistically, like, you're not distracting me nearly as much as I can distract myself. I would have been playing a video game hours ago. When you stream on the work channel, you expect yourself to get nowhere. Do you guys have a Twitch channel? Or is it just YouTube? You guys do have a Twitch channel. I didn't know that. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'd love it if we could have, like, our open source stuff happen. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no worries. No, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, the more people that stream on Twitch, the more we all benefit. Again, right? Rising tide lifts all boats. I'm a big proponent of that, like, that mentality. Let's see about this. Yeah, no, we don't want to do that. Maybe H2s? I think there's like a better way we can make this look pretty. Like I kind of want to like line up the colons. And people who've watched the stream long enough know that there's a joke coming. Technically, we shouldn't be trying to line up colons. Leave that to the doctor from the Human Centipede. But I do think it would be beneficial here, though. How could we do that CSS wise? You are aware of what the body part, the colon is, right? In the human centipede, the colons are lined up. Yeah, nope, you were getting it. You totally got it. Maybe not a safe joke for work, you know? I normally make that joke whenever someone's like talking about like the font that I use, right? Whenever they're asking about like monospacing, I always start to bring up like, you know what? Like, sure, the monospacing gets weird when you're doing something like const foo equals object, right? And you got bar baz something else, right? And you're like, oh, okay, well, Go likes to line up the colons or whatever. And here with a non-monospaced font, eh, you know, it just doesn't line up right. But honestly, you shouldn't care about that. Lining up colons is something that only the doctor from the human centipede should do. Yeah, no, that is true, Caleb. Yeah, safe for work is very subjective. You guys have butt rub like as a command in your CLI. That's a cool company, man. Was that you? You created butt rub? Wow. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, that's super good. Yeah, well done. All right, let's pour another one of these. You're talking about Mind Over Magic? There you go, Caleb. Oh, I didn't hear about the Git Mini Summit a month before. That was like the contributor summit, like that kind of summit. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that one. Yeah, brainless. I almost killed a couple mages in that game when I like deleted a wall or like added a wall, and then they were stuck on the other side of it. Yeah, like Caleb, I've when I went to render ATL, I totally like I never made it to the conference before noon any of those days. Which is fine because like noon on the East Coast is 9 a.m. on my side. So you know what? Like that's totally reasonable. Just a smaller scale Git merge hosted by Gitlab, and you guys sponsored the after party in Amsterdam. Aha! So keep me notified of those because I want to make sure I submit. Because if GitKraken will pay me to fly to Amsterdam, that just sounds fantastic. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. You always make it to the after party. Am I going to GitHub Universe again this year? I didn't get a talk accepted, and it's unlikely that it's worth paying for a ticket and the hotel after I just already did Git merge. If I had gotten a talk accepted, yeah, for sure. There you go, Caleb. No, that's huge. Hell yeah. Your name's Caleb and you like to party. My name's Chris and I also like to party. Yeah, yeah. GitHub Universe is so awesome. Yeah, I wish I had I didn't actually submit in time, and that was my fault. I do wonder if I could reach out to someone. Like I could craft a talk. I could craft a talk about some of the cool stuff we're doing in the MCP server and how that wires up to VS Code, maybe, and how like Copilot is one of the only ones that does some of the elicitations and stuff like that. Yeah, yeah, that would be great. Yeah, thanks, Caleb. Yeah, different companies, same team. Yeah, yeah, I regret not getting a couple talks into GitHub Universe soon enough. I do think there is like a talk I could craft, and if they had anyone drop out of the demo stage, I could fill in. Flights are cheap, you know? I think hotel ends up getting covered by GitHub Universe. So I'm pretty sure GitKraken would be all in, like totally pumped on it. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. I still don't have my passport. I got to do that part. But we're getting there. We're getting there. I finally got TSA pre-check. Yeah, passport's just one more step. So yeah, I got to do that. The Launch Darkly people, they aggressively tried to get you to go to their after party. Which one was the Launch Darkly one? Was that the one on the boat? I did the Netlify one, and then I think I made it to what I thought was the GitHub one, but maybe it wasn't GitHub because it wasn't at the offices we were at. Yeah, the one on the boat. That sounded like a terrible idea, right? Just being stranded on a boat the whole night. Yeah, not for me. Like I'm not much of a water person anyway. With my bad shoulder, dude, swimming in a big body of water is basically a death sentence. That sounds cool, right? Like I got a pretty cool photo of Alcatraz too. Yeah, yeah, people should be able to come and go as they choose, but yeah, if it's out on a boat, like there's no way of leaving, right? Yeah, here's the question. RSTZ, do you remember what the other after parties were? There was the Netlify one, the Launch Darkly one, and then there was another that was I could have sworn it was the GitHub offices, but I remember going up an elevator to get into it. If New Duck were here, he would probably remember because he wasn't drinking nearly as much as I was. I just don't remember what party that was. I could have sworn it was the GitHub offices though. But yeah, I definitely had to go up an elevator to do it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, yep. A lot of people in this space are really just, oh, maybe that was the Figma one? Hold on. Show me the map. Oh, and I do feel like it was like a triangle building. I think that was it. I think that was the Figma one. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I need to message PJ. Because I was chatting with PJ about it. I was like, I remember going to a party that was like up an elevator. But it wasn't at the place that Get Merged was at. So yeah, like, no, that was just me brain farting. Yeah, I'm going to message PJ about that real quick. He might not be on Blue Sky. Yes, I do remember it being at the Figma offices. Hold on. If we Google ramen, and it was probably Hinadea. Yep, that was it. Because they keep sending me, yeah, they sent me an email receipt, and now they keep sending me promotional shit. Yes, it was the Figma one. Thank you. Your hotel was so out of the way. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, my hotel was somewhere like right, like by MoMA, I think. I don't remember what street it was on specifically, but I stayed at like the official GitHub hotel, like the official GitHub Universe hotel, whichever hotel that was. I feel like the one I stayed at just recently was actually like on the same street or like just a street over. Oh, yes, absolutely. Like some of the best connections and chats I've ever had were just, you're at the same like event, but you're just hanging out after things, having drinks, chatting, like getting to meet people. Um RS, are you someone that I know? Like I don't want to dox you too much. Like are you someone that I know that does like partner things with GitKraken? I don't want to like dox too much. Oh, you did attend the talk. Okay, okay. Got it. Okay. Yeah. There's just someone else that I ended up having like a really good conversation and chat with, and then our like enterprise sales director or whatever was chatting with them because they're like, no, this is last year at Universe. Um, our enterprise sales director was like, oh yeah, they spoke very highly of you, blah blah blah, but like most likely over drinks or whatever. And I was like, yes, very much over drinks, but just that's the thing. Like you can make a real human connection with someone that actually like matters. Like usually over drinks outside the conference, but that stuff goes so far. Like that's one of my favorite things. Like at Seattle JS. And like even like before COVID, there was like Seattle React JS. Like I've hung out with brilliant, fucking awesome people just having drinks and chilling. And like you get to hear some really fun stories sometimes. Like Andre Sitnik, the guy who made Auto Prefixer and Post CSS and like so much cool shit. I got to hear him very adamantly say Auto Prefixer should have been named after Prefixer, right? Because it's based on Post CSS. It's an after prefixer. It prefixes after things. Like, and he was just very like passionate about that. But then marketing said, no, it's got to be Auto Prefixer. Bullshit, like basically, because he's like Russian, so he's got that like he says it how it is kind of vibe. Like, yeah, just really good shit. Like, I get to hang out and chat with Gary Bernhardt at Seattle JS. I don't know if I've told him how much of a bit of an idol he is to me. Like, that talk, Birth and Death of JavaScript, is a perfect talk. He predicted the entire awesome future we're living in right now. Like, dude. Yeah, I really love how a couple drinks at a bar hanging out is just really cool. You think you were just reading a blog post from Gary? Yeah, he's a genius. He's very, very smart and conscientious too, right? Like, he cares about things in like a really like moral and ethical way that is just very cool. Uh, like it's refreshing when I'm just like joking around, like, yeah, I just want to do a startup and cash out. He's like, but what about your users, man? Like, and he means it just so sincerely. Like, just such a cool dude. I can't message PJ. Hmm. All right. Well, we'll have to figure that out another time. Yeah, I remember Ken Wheeler came out to Seattle React, and like the event happened, blah blah blah, and then I forget how, but they had told me like where they were going in Capitol Hill, like totally like a couple miles away to like have drinks after. And I just like showed up and got to like hang out and chat with him. Like, it was just super cool. One of my closest friends. We met just as like he was organizing the Angular meetup here in Seattle. One of my other, not necessarily that close these days, but I got to see him after Cascadia JS at like there was the Founders Bash thing. He was like one of the original organizers of like the Ember JS meetup here in Seattle. But yeah, like you forge friendships not through giving talks. You forge friendships through actually like chatting with people. And the best way to do that is over a couple drinks. At least for me. Yeah, I really, really like. The best way I can phrase it is there are like famous people in the tech world, but they're only tech famous. They're not actually like famous. They don't get recognized when they go out to the grocery store. They're not like famous. So they're like super approachable. They're just regular dudes. And, super famous people may be closer to that, but your chance of actually having like a real conversation with someone famous, unlikely. But tech famous, snowboard famous, yeah, dude. Pretty much every pro snowboarder is like super chattable and approachable because they're not famous. The ones who think they're famous, well, yeah, they suck. But you get way less of that in tech, which I think is cool. You'd love to meet Jeff Atwood? Yes, that would be cool. Yeah, like, what is it? Like, coding horror is amazing. Right? Like, these stories are so cool. And I didn't realize he was still, like, posting and stuff. Okay. Fuck yeah. Yeah, and he's also the Stack Overflow guy, right? Just want to make sure I'm remembering that correctly. Scott, yes, he's tech famous. Super just chill. Like, yeah, exactly. The fact that he's so approachable, the Redwood guy is so approachable, right? These guys that founded GitHub that basically like changed open source in a major way. It's amazing how like cool they are, you know. So yeah, Jeff Atwood co-founded Stack Exchange. Got it. Yeah, I think depending on context, a lot of those. Oh, you've not spoken much to Tom Preston Warner, but he's also chill. Yeah, he's very chill. Like I've seen him at a bunch of conferences these days. Like I'm pretty sure he's like a regular speaker at JS Summit or JS Nation and React Summit. So like I haven't chatted that deeply with him before, but just I don't know. It's nice when you just recognize someone and they recognize you back. I like it. Just the small world aspect of it. And they're not people that let it go to their head. That's the awesome part. Right? And what I was going to say is like the Primogen, Theo, like the most famous people in tech, basically. Still super approachable. Still super cool. Yeah. I saw Tom at the Git Merge thing, for sure. I always forget his name. I just call him the Redwood guy. But yeah. Yeah, super cool. I just. Seriously, everyone. Tech is just great because the famous people in tech are still just regular old Joes, regular old people. That's something that you rarely get in a lot of other contexts. All right, so yeah, and we can keep chatting, we can keep ranting. This is a ranting stream at this point, but I also want to do just a little bit of styling this stuff out a bit. So what I want to do for this, instead of the MR2, and instead of an H2, these go back to divs. Oh, another amazing example. Leon Noel. Dude, the coolest, man. But he's a fucking rock star. When he goes to render ATL, he can't walk 10 feet without someone walking up and telling him that he changed their life. It's amazing. Like, but he's such a cool, chill dude. I love that shit. Like, Danny Thompson's actually very similar, right? Like, he has improved so many people's lives for the better while still just being like just an awesome, chill dude. I love that shit. Honestly, these could just be divs. But yeah, we're going to line up these colons. Human centipede style. Okay, so now I want to make these divs. Actually, they are divs, so we can leave that. But what we want to do here is give these W1 half. The second ones we can let be left aligned. The first ones we want to be right aligned. And then these okay. And then we do need to do the text left on these. Yeah, I would say it's not bad. All right, give it a gap. All right, so then, yeah, GitHub, GitLab, BitBucket all provide mechanisms for solving the backend problem, right? Data can just be JSON in a repo. Authentication can just be OAuth. And authorization can be your repo and org permissions, and you can invite people to change things as you see fit. Pretty cool, right? So then, benefits. Yeah, the benefits thing is not going to be these, right? We got to think about how we want to like show them. Presumably, you could have a raw Git adapter. The raw Git adapter is tricky. Like where would you connect to that? I guess I guess Git is just a protocol. Yeah, I've never actually looked at what commands you could send to a raw Git server would do. Could be hosted anywhere, but it's still like the server has to expose the actions that you can do to it, right? So if we look at the code that we got, we would need basically like these functions. Okay. Right, like I understand like raw Git locally, but what about like as a server? I've never tried to host a Git server, so I'm not aware of what that looks like. I assume, yeah, you could. I just don't know what that adapter would look like. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, it's just not something I've ever tried. Yeah, I was really just looking at like the GitHub, GitLab, BitBucket stuff, which is basically the same idea, right? You could avoid vendor lock-in by having an adapter for any of them and then just basically cloning the repo, which is your data. So yeah, that would be like the big benefit to me at least. Right? Backups are just a git clone or fork of the repo. Right? Serverless could be part of it. And 1 second. The specific Git commands are missing you right now, but mostly libgit2 and gitoxide, but those primitives are implementable. Something like writing a file would be touching it locally, writing it as a blob to the database, and then pushing that blob to the remote by reference. Got it, got it. I think that's a little tougher but doable, right? Like if you were running Oh-My-Ghaad inside of a like an Electron or a Tori app, then totally, right? Like no problem. You could modify the local file system or the local Git. Theoretically, there is like Git you can run in the browser too. But you still have to like have the files somewhere. But as far as like just to Git push, I mean that's where you run into like merge conflict issues. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely something to think about. Hmm. Right. So maybe it's just backups, serverless, um, privacy, right? Like private repos are totally a thing. Like super easy. You don't have to make it public. Eh. And maybe benefits is the wrong word. Maybe interesting features? Isomorphic Git was what I was thinking of. Yeah. Yeah. So what I'm getting at is I have this application, right? We call it CF Please, if I can find it. Yeah, so CF Please here, right? This is all just running as like a client-side application, and the back end. No worries. Yeah, dude. You got to get some sleep at some point. Yeah, you could have a proxy server, and that could work. But like this application works fully client-side. Like the only server is actually GitHub. I'm doing all of this from the front end. The only thing I have to do with the back end is I have to do like the token exchange because GitHub doesn't allow you to do that fully client side. Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Like this is just an application where there is no back end. GitHub is the back end, which is why I think this is like a really powerful like abstraction. Because I'm just a big fan of exploring, client side only applications in some way. And it's not fully client side only, but it's serverless to a degree. So then, yeah, if I go and look at it, right, I've got these conferences I'm tracking, render ATL, commit your code. I've got these talks, right, that I can associate with conferences. But the only application or the only back end is GitHub. This is just living as, this could be on a GitHub Pages site besides like the, token exchange part. Well, what time is it for you? Like, how early do you got to wake up? It's 3:16. I mean, 4 hours is better than no hours. Just throwing it out there. I'm not trying to get rid of you. Just saying. I normally feel better with 4 hours than 0. Exactly. Yeah, totally. Because here's the thing, you're like, oh, I'll just send it and I'll go all the way through. But by 6 a.m., you're going to be like, you know what? I'm going to sleep. And then you're going to like really oversleep. Oh, yeah. No, definitely not. Hell no. Like, I would, but I can't ever envision that happening. So don't worry about it. Dude, we've met in person. Like, I don't know. There's something really cool about like meeting viewers in person. That like, I don't know. Makes it special. Makes you a lot harder to time out. Hold on. Wait, what was this? Oh, yeah. Margarita. Yeah, we also have the emote. Right. Oh, that's weird that that rendered funny. Oh, no, no, I see what happened. It just got pushed off screen. I thought we had like a major bug in there. Yeah, 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 the chat overlay. If you're curious about all the emotes we have, you can see like the full list there. No, no, no. It's just ephemeral on screen. Yeah, you don't need to sub. I mean, I wouldn't say no, but yeah, not a big deal. All right, let's slice another lime. Yeah, ACM, did you not know that? You don't have to sub to get those emotes. I appreciate it. I'm looking into your soul. Okay, so that emote you do have to sub for. Just pointing it out. That emote you do have to sub for. That's a proper Twitch emote instead of one of my extra emotes. I actually have a knife sharpening kit. No, these are just shit knives, and limes really like dull your knife very quickly. Yeah, like I should be using a serrated blade instead. That would be smarter. Like chefs will be pissed at you if you're slicing tomatoes or peppers with like their good knife instead of a serrated. That's something I learned as a prep cook like 20 years ago. You ended up hand squeezing limes for 15 minutes. Oof. Oof. But they were the freshest, right? Come on, it was worth it. You know it. It was a really good margarita. I bet it was. So back when I was a snowboard bum, there was a like I don't know what to call it. It was like a trade show kind of thing. It was technically like a demo that we would do out at like Mission Ridge, which is here in Washington, but like a couple hours away, where all the shops from all of like the Northwest would come and like check out next year's shit to decide how much they want to buy, right? Because with snowboarding, you can't like do like another run of snowboards very easily, right? You want to get like the volume discounts and all of that shit from your factories. So in general, whatever snowboards they produce that year is the snowboards they produce. They're not going back to make new ones. So if they sell out, that's actually leaving money on the table probably. But if they like, you know, like over purchase the amount of boards they make, that's also leaving money on the table. So it's this very like fine line of making sure you produce just the right amount of like snowboards, even like jackets, outerwear, all that shit. It's a very hard balance. But it's the snowboard rep's job to convince the shop to buy way more than they're going to need, which happens. But like as the rep, you're getting at least those orders in so that the manufacturer can decide how many they actually got to build in aggregate. But yeah, for these events, when we would go out to Lake Wenatchee, or not Lake Wenatchee, to Wenatchee, there's this like one Mexican food place that's amazing Mexican food, but also the best margaritas I've ever had. And I actually missed that spot. Me and my friend, who was like the sub rep at one point, one year we stopped at a different Mexican food place because it wasn't like the big group getting together thing. And that was a mistake. It was some shit Mexican food with bad margaritas. You know, it's a problem when you go into a Mexican place and they all have this complexion, right? All the customers have this complexion. It's a bad idea. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, one part tequila, one part Cointreau, one part lime. Gotcha. Yeah, what's the. There's Cointreau and then there's like the cheaper one. I forget which one that is. Triple sec is the cheap one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Grand Marnier is not bad either. Yep, yep, that sounds about right. Triple sec's the generic term? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, you're right. Yeah, triple sec refers to the generic type of liqueur. Oh, okay. Which makes sense because if it's the generic version, like it it could be anything at that point. Hmm. Yeah, Grand Marnier is good. I don't know these other ones, but okay. Luxardo. Oh, that could be a good one too. Hmm. All right. Note to self. All right. If you're making margaritas yourself, the quantity of lime is variable between 1 and 0? Interesting. I don't know if I could imagine a margarita without any lime. Hmm. I guess I haven't had that much Cointreau. Okay, sorry. Work stuff. You like your margarita pretty sour, so tequila and Cointreau on its own, which is definitely not a margarita, is not too poorly balanced. So adding a quarter part of lime still adds some of that sharpness. Gotcha. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I've never done like a hand mixed margarita. I usually just buy margarita mix. There's my favorite margarita mix is this one, Lefty O'Doul's. They used to sell it at the grocery store nearby. Um, yeah, like yeah, this key lime margarita mix, super solid. But now I'm realizing I could just mix it myself. So I should probably do that. Because yeah, I like them more like sour than sweet for sure. Ooh, so I just saw that Dax Red, Dax, I think we can just say Dax at this point, mentioned that there's a lot of guardrails around open code not touching stuff outside the current working directory. That might actually negate the need to do the VM thing. Damn, yeah, he's knocking it out of the park with open code. Yeah, let's keep going. So, let's get another album going. So yeah, right. Backups are as easy as a clone or a fork. Right. It's serverless, meaning it's not like there isn't a server, but you just don't care about the server. It can be public, private. Is there anything else? Like honestly, we could leave it at these three and just get rid of integrations. Yeah, I think three things is enough. And if I want to mix myself, start with one part each. If I like the drink sweeter, then also add some agave syrup. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of sweetness is nice. So yeah, agave syrup. Yep. Yeah, I think the Lefty O'Doul's just uses regular sugar. So then core concepts, and that's where we get into these things. Sure. We get to then these parts. Is there a background image we should use for the caveats thing? When I missed a bunch of follows. Damn it. Yeah, sorry. Blau and Frico Fresh. Sorry if you guys aren't out there. I missed the follows a bunch. Let's look at Unsplash. Ooh, this one's not bad. Yeah, I like this as a background image. All right, so warning. Oh, is it not a PNG? I bet it's a JPEG. It is. Oh, that. What? Oh. Okay, there we go. Just finish your glass of whiskey, so it's a decision point. Another bottle of wine, whiskey, or a margarita. Ooh. What whiskey did you have? Anything I know? Or some like fancy German thing? There's always the trick, right? You take a coin, you flip it, and you don't necessarily like look at how it lands, but you just think about which one you're hoping for as it's flipping. It's a good little life hack. Oh, so that's like a scotch, I believe, right? Ooh, fancy. Ooh, that looks really nice. Oh, matured in bourbon casks, too. Interesting. Pretty good price for a peaty, but still advanced flavor. Yeah, I don't necessarily get into the peaty flavors, but when I was at CubeCon last year, we ended up at some after party where like everything but the tip top shelf was fair game. And it was like a whiskey bar that like, dude, so much whiskey. So yeah, I was drinking late there with I forget the one dude, but like Andrew McLean from he was at Dev Cycle at the time, so we had met up like doing the feature flag stuff. That was super cool. There you go. Yeah. There are whiskey bars everywhere, man. I could see it getting expensive real quick. Technically, there was like a party before that that was sponsored by Growth Book and another company. And basically, like that party got cut off early because people were ordering like the most expensive shit. Like, dude, like $100 shots. So yeah, I believe Growth Book will probably never sponsor an open bar like that again. I wouldn't. Like, I totally wouldn't. Yeah, super cool event though. Yeah, I was just pumped I got to meet Graham from Growth Book in person. Like he's been here in chat before, back when I was working on my feature flag thing. Very awesome, dude. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna say warning, caveats. Whiskey, because you don't need to walk over anywhere. There you go. Wow, you have a specific wine fridge? Fancy. Super fancy. I'm just kidding. I got a mini fridge next to me. I throw stuff in it from time to time. So yeah, warning, caveats. No, what I was gonna say is like, is it actually like a specific wine fridge, or is it just a fridge that you keep wine in? And honestly, if you're doing red wine, you don't chill red wine. Oh, so it's like a wine specific fridge. Interesting. Yeah, red wine you keep room temperature. Or at least as far as I know, you're supposed to. I don't know. I do remember that Penn and Teller's bullshit episode where they had like room temperature white wine and red wine next to each other, and then they had like chilled red wine and chilled white wine next to each other, and like some fancy sommeliers couldn't actually tell the difference. If you shock it, it'll cause the flavor to go off. Interesting. I mean, I do remember there was that. I think it's maybe my second favorite Columbo episode that has like Blofeld, right? Like the guy that played Blofeld as like a wine snob guy. And yeah, it goes into like some of the wine stuff, like the temperature got above a certain point and ruined the wine, but only he would know about it, kind of thing. To a regular person, it just tastes like wine still. Oh, hold on, gotta do the limes first. But yeah, I don't know much about wine. I know how to pour it because I've worked food service before. There you go. Yeah, I like being like fake snobby with whiskey, right? Like pour a whiskey and then like, swirl it and see like the legs or whatever, even though that's not like truly like a whiskey thing. Bits and booze episodes. Okay. I don't even know about those. I've seen like bits and pieces of Sideways. Something about Merlot's not good or whatever. He just doesn't want a fucking Merlot. Like, but I don't know anything more about it. Oh, Bits and Booze is a tech show that work does. Oh, no, that sounds cool. So that's something that Get Butler does. Oh, no, that sounds awesome, man. There's also Whiskey, Web, and Whatnot. Oh, that sounds great, dude. That's awesome. So it's basically like this stream. I wish I was kidding. Shit. Yeah, Whiskey Web and Whatnot is super good. Yeah, I'd like to be a guest on there at some point. And they did offer like an invitation. It's like a podcast. But yeah, I'd love to do that. I just got to follow up. It's more fun. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I like to not have whiskey for at least the first like few hours or so to get like more shit done, and then like once the whiskey shows up, productivity gets way worse. But it's still better than nothing, right? Like anything above zero is infinitely better. Like the slowness with which I'm working on this stuff is still better than like not working on it at all. So I'll take it any chance I get. You just use it as an excuse to drink on work's dime. Touche. Yep, yep. Company makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time. I don't remember where I first heard that quote, but I love it because it's accurate. When I was working food service, like, oh man, yeah, I'd store it up. If I pooped off the clock, I'm like losing money. Yeah, exactly. I've actually been called out like by a coworker, like, "Wow, you're really regular." Eh, tomato, tomato. I'm like, no, I just want to be paid to poop. Yeah, my snowboarding days, I miss them a little bit. Like as a snowboard bum, there were years where I made like 12 grand the entire year. But I also snowboarded like 150 days. Yeah. It was bad. But also, like, yeah, it made me who I am. Like, I'll always recognize that if worse comes to worse, I could survive. Is there no, like, skiing or snowboarding near Berlin? I haven't looked. I have no idea. I guess you got to go over to, like, Austria to get to it. Here's a question I have for you. How much do you need to like speak German in Germany, or can you get by speaking English and most people get it? There's some indoor centers, but yeah, Austria, Switzerland is where the slopes are. That makes sense. And then Bob, you know what is a bit funny? You learn that lesson quite a bit from Twitch streamers. Just the fact that like you can survive on very little. Yeah, sorry. Like I just want to make sure I have the context right. You speak almost no German. Yeah, I was just curious. So like you can make it work theoretically, right? Yeah, you follow IRL streamers who survive on quite low monthly pay. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, so you do not need German to be in Berlin. Very cool. Okay. But like if you leave the city maybe, I'd still probably just try and learn some German. Oh, Silverhairs, you're in Germany too. Oh, cool. Do you guys know each other? It's a small city, right? Yeah, everyone knows everyone. Caleb there. Caleb is in Germany too, in Berlin. Yeah, that's awesome. Small world, right? I think I'd blend in well in Germany for sure. I think so. Yeah, I think I could totally like hang out in Germany. It'd be fine. Like, dude, good music. There's like On and May Kantereit. There's the Parcels moved up to Germany. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like the music scene's pretty cool. I could definitely vibe with Germany. Scro is also in Germany. Oh shit! All right. Yeah, that's super cool. We do have an unban request that I just noticed. Let me double check it. We'll see if it's sincere. You never know. You need to get used to their style of doner kebab. Is that a reference to like the kebab thing the other day? If so, good callback, comedian style. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right, let me check this unban request. Are we taking bets on if it's a sincere one or not? Okay, no, I think yeah, it's not a very good unban request. It's just the word yo with a bunch of question marks. Nah, I think yeah, totally fine. I think they got unbanned or they got banned during like a heated moment kind of thing. I'm not sure they even necessarily deserved it. They did seem somewhat antagonistic, but not nearly as bad as what we've seen before. So yeah, not a big deal. Yeah, I think their ban was probably like mostly my fault. It happens. I just wish they'd done a better unban request, but that's fine. Oh, and Caleb, seriously, right? Git Butler being like so open source and all that stuff. I know like we chatted about like Taylor and like the Git committee, like totally doing the commit stuff. Seriously, like yeah, submit Git Butler as like in one of the categories. Or, anyone like just yeah, check out the commits.dev and yeah, hype up either people from Git Butler or Git Butler itself, whatever. Anyone that gets accepted can have like a free booth at Render ATL, which is like spendy. Like that shit's expensive, you know? Like getting that for free sounds great, doesn't it? Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. I just saw it pop up, felt like mentioning it. Anyone else out there that's involved in open source in any way, shout your stuff out. Yeah, hit up the commits. And yeah, did not expect to find people living in Germany on the stream considering it's almost 4 a.m. Yeah, exactly. Like, exactly. I was actually going to say, like, hold on. You guys are up way past your bedtime, or you're up really early, right? 4 a.m. in the morning, it's not late, it's just early. As said by the great philosophers from. Shit, what's that band? The band that did Two Princes and some other shit. Oh my god. Brain fart. Spin Doctors. Yeah. 4 a.m. in the morning. It's not late. It's just early. Early. Yeah, now you're just up early. It's no big deal. You woke up way early. You woke up like 24 hours earlier than you needed to. Yeah, exactly. That's just science. You can't argue with math. All right, so yeah, warning caveats. I think rate limiting can be its own slide. Yeah, back during COVID, we actually used to have a shitload of German people like watching a stream like this late. Because like during COVID, time was an illusion. Bedtime doubly so. I also used to start way earlier in the day. I'd love to get back to starting stream at like 10 a.m. Can't do it while I have a full time job, but at some point, if I get VC funding for any of my projects, we're good to go. Yeah, 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 that's probably it for sure. You got to get at least 4 hours of sleep. Yeah, no worries there, silver hairs. We'll see you again soon, for sure. Y'all be streaming tomorrow. Dude, you guys got plenty of time. You're in the same city. You're good. How big of a city could it be? Everyone's within walking distance, right? Technically, everything's within walking distance if you're willing to walk far enough. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, if you board a boat, you can walk on the boat. Hmm. Oh, yeah. I mean, by that same metric, if you just walked on the airplane, it would count too, though, right? Just pacing up and down the aisles. So that's the projects API. Exactly, right? Like some of the best like Dungeons and Dragons games you'll ever play is when someone abuses the rule set just a little bit. Technically, it's allowed, but it's up to your DM. Hmm. All right. So then, yeah, BitBucket. What's up, Sonny? How you doing? Yeah, exactly. Right. Letter of the law versus intent of the law is always fun. Instead of the streaming route, you went with YouTube videos. Uh, and hold on, you're saying like instead of you streaming, you went with making YouTube videos, which I think is smart. I will point out, besides sponsorships, you'll make more money streaming than you will making videos. Videos are a good funnel to your stream. Right? Like just consider and I know YouTube has like subscription or like not subscriptions, but what do they call it? Like memberships or whatever. YouTube has the idea of that too. But like the Primogen grew his Twitch stream because of his YouTube, right? And the thing to like recognize is like his YouTube probably besides sponsorships does not generate nearly as much as he makes in subscriptions and bits and other stuff on his stream. Right? He gets like around 2K average viewers here on Twitch, which he only built because of his YouTube game. But I believe he's also somewhere at like 1,000 or 2,000 like subs. He hasn't streamed nearly that much lately, so that might be falling off a bit for him. Hopefully he'll be back soon. But if we just think about that, like 2,000 subs, and I think he's higher than that actually, but 2,000 subs, that's 4.5K a month. Just free money by just streaming, you know? Like you'll never make that from YouTube ads. You want people to try your build tool. No, and I get that. That's a separate thing. That makes sense, for sure. Yeah, I was mainly just getting at if you're trying to like make streaming or like content creation a career, then yeah, you got to do both. But yes, sponsorships are really how YouTubers make money. Like I've seen some numbers that I can't actually say that blew my fucking mind. Right? Yeah, I can't give any more details or anything, but holy shit. YouTube video sponsorships? Holy shit balls, dude. You could become a millionaire very quickly. But real quick, let me go use the restroom. Let me go grab some more limes to slice and pour some more water, and I'll be right back. Okay. Just went and used the restroom. Got the limes. Let me go grab some more water real quick, though, and I'll be right back. And I'm back. But yeah, the continuing my thought real quick. Like, damn. Yeah, seeing what some people can charge for ads, I am fucking up by not building up my YouTube game better. So yeah, one of these days I'll get off my ass. Ideally, I'd rather just like build a product that makes a shitload of money and then just YouTube whenever I want. But yeah, man, now the YouTube thing, I'm fucking up. I am fucking up by not focusing on and building that. Especially because, like, dude, I've seen like through like some of the get cracking stuff we're doing, right? We're doing like influencer videos through like an agency. And some of these like influencers that are going through the agency, like their numbers on like a single video are not insane. Like sure, they got some videos that go to like 20 or 30K. I've actually done that for someone else before. Just not on my own channel. But their common videos are at like 4 to 6K. That's massively doable and approachable. Like, not the people making crazy money from ads, but shit, man. Yeah, like you could make a full on career on just being a content creator if you do the YouTube game right. Twitch only? Dude, yeah. You're like self selecting for such a small percentage of streamers that make it. Yeah, Twitch only is not a viable career in general. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, some of this shit just blows my mind. Yeah, the amount of reach, like it's insane. Yep. Yeah, and at Get Cracking, like we're doing all sorts of like YouTube stuff. We're doing all sorts of like shorts and whatever, right? We've done some TikToks. I think it's really cool. Yeah, I'm really bad at like the TikTok like short game. Like Pirate Software before he went off the rails. Actually, I think before people realized who he really was. Like, dude, the YouTube short game propelled him to a level like unseen. Like that dude doesn't actually have to work or do anything anymore if he's smart with his investments, right? Like he made didn't he make like a couple $100,000 in a single month? Like what the fuck, dude? Are you kidding me? Like whoa. Right? Like his before he crashed out, I hate using Zoomer terms like that. Before he crashed out, that dude was set for life. And he probably still is. Me, GME has to go to the moon for me to be set for life. I got 500 shares. No sell, no sell. But yeah, I need GME to go to the moon to be set for life. When you stream, you get around 5 viewers, in part from your community, which for an irregular new stream is pretty strong. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah. Natural growth is non-existent. It's about consistency more than anything. Like, if you stream on a regular basis in this category and you're entertaining, you can get there. Like, but you're not going to go like crazy numbers. Like, YouTube is how you build outside of Twitch. Right? Like, at any given moment, if we were to look, I bet there's 1,000 to 1,500 viewers in the category right now. And you're basically fighting for those same like viewers until you build your own audience. Ooh, this could be good. Meanwhile, if you just bring your audience from elsewhere, you're no longer beholden to fighting for that same like 1,000 or 1,500 viewers, and you help the entire category by just streaming in it. Like, Prime is smart. He does the just chatting thing on a regular basis. And that's how you get like new viewers on Twitch. If I were smart, I would switch to just chatting when we're hanging out, you know? I don't know about the less demand thing. No, because even when I'm streaming and like Prime is going or Theo's going at the same time, I still hover around the 40. Like, when you build an audience, they're there for you. But it's about like building a community, and I don't know. Honestly, the people that lurk and watch on a regular basis, you know more about it than I do. I'm just extrapolating and guessing, right? Like, yeah, I appreciate it, Figuera. And I think most of the people here right now, they're here for me, not necessarily just for like some generic stream. But you gotta keep building because people fall off, right? Like, if I had $1 for every viewer that just vanished for a couple years, I'd have a shitload of dollars. I don't know how to phrase that better. But yeah, like, no, it's one of those things. Like, streamers fall off and viewers do too, right? Like, life happens, situations change, schedules change. It's not something that you should feel bad about. But yeah, like, you do need to be welcoming to new viewers. You can't just rest on the viewers you built. And I think that's really important here in Twitch. Like, and it's something that I mess up. I usually have a skeptical eye on a new viewer in a way that I probably shouldn't. Like, technically, the dude promoting his JPM hasn't even followed yet. He's just here to promote his thing. He probably already left, went to another stream to promote his thing. But if I got too offended by it too quick, then he'd never be a viewer. So yeah, I don't know. It's a delicate balance of recognizing if someone's just shilling their own shit or if they just don't think about it. No, and I get that. I've been the one who's been mentioning it the entire time. Like, I get it, Caleb. I really appreciate you for that. Like, I'm not worried about it at all. Yeah, I tend to have a skeptical eye. I'm a skeptic at heart in general anyway. You know, is what it is. So Lightspeed. No, JPM, it's like a package manager for Java. I don't want to give them too much publicity because, yeah, they shelled their thing and bounced. Which is just not how you build a community. But whatever, you know. Either they figure it out or they don't. Not my problem. I think in general, people are pretty good about recognizing intentions. When someone seems less than genuine, it becomes pretty easy to spot. Like authenticity. You can't buy authenticity. You're either authentic or you're not. And once you've lost it, it's really hard to get back. Like I've had pseudo arguments with people, with like other streamers about ethical disclosure. If you're getting paid by a company, it should be obvious to every single human being ever. If even a single person is wondering if you got paid by a company, you're already fucking up. Like they should know. All right, so yeah, BitBucket limits. It looks to me like it's 1,000. Yeah, I would say for BitBucket, one of the work videos had someone mark your wine segment as sponsored on the sponsor block browser extension. You don't have wine sponsors, so it was funny. Yeah, but like you were, I don't know, promoting it in some way. I think what you need to do then is just get a fucking wine sponsor. Shit. Like, I don't know. If someone's going to mark you anyway, you might as well just do it and then, you know, disclose it. Shout it out proper. Yeah, damn right. Cross my fingers for a whiskey sponsor one of these days. Four Roses, I'm looking at you. Ooh, someone's cooking something in one of the nearby apartments that smells delicious. Oh, it's like there's some like biscuit or something in it. Like buttery. Oh, that's the nice part about living in an apartment. You can live vicariously through the smells. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. When I lived above a beer brewery, those smells suck. Anyone here ever like smelt brewing beer? It's gross. Unless you like it, and then my bad. I hope you continue to like it, because I fucking hate it. Like, dude, it's the worst. Yeah, the smell of brewing beer, it's like sour asparagus. The smell doesn't affect him. So maybe he likes it then. Yeah, I fucking hated it. But I didn't drink at the time. Who knows? Maybe these days I'd be into it. But yeah, like sour asparagus is really like the smell of fermenting hops. Oh, here's a quick question. Does he smoke cigarettes? Because if so, his sense of smell is dull. I always think back on like the Bill Hicks comedy routine. He doesn't? All right, well, never mind. All right, so that's not the excuse. But there is that Bill Hicks comedy routine where he's like, I talk to like non-smokers all the time, and they're like, hey, Bill, you quit smoking, you'll get your sense of smell back. I live in New York City. I don't want my sense of smell back. Is that urine? I smell a dead guy. Hey, honey, come over here. Check it out. Someone peed on this dead guy. Oh, man, just think about the wonders of New York City that we can experience now that, we have our sense of smell back. Oh, is cigarette smoking big in Germany? Huh. I don't know if I would have actually guessed that. Interesting. Does anyone here know a good free resume builder? You were using Oh-My-CV with Markdown, but it kind of ends up looking like a wall of text. I don't know about Oh-My-CV, but there's like standard resume. Hold on. Is that it? I thought it was standard resume. Resume JSON spec. JSON resume is what I was thinking of. So JSON resume is nice just to like get your data there. Excuse me. And then it's just like a theme away of like rendering the data. So like you can just gather all your data into this JSON resume like format, and then it's just about finding a theme that you like. I've also taken a JSON resume format and thrown it into like ChatGPT and said like, hey, turn this into like a pretty resume for me, which can be nice too. So I don't know. I tend to like JSON resume just because you can go find 400 plus themes that are available and you can pick one that you like. Does Oh-My-CV do something like that? Like, I've never heard of Oh-My-CV. It's an online resume maker tool. Yeah, I don't know. I'd go with like JSON resume. Yeah, no worries, Figuera, for sure. I think Melky had like a resume tool, Resume AI or something like that. Was that it? I don't know if he actually like built the business around it yet. So yeah, I'm not sure. One thing I definitely want to shout out, though, if you're looking for jobs, and what's up, Khalid, over on YouTube? How you doing, Mr. Sir? You're from Sierra Leone. Oh, cool. I don't think I knew that. There's this one website, Algora, that does like bounties. Right? So there's all these companies, right? Like TS Circuit, Active Pieces, Zio, right? Like all these companies put these bounties up. And for some of these companies, like they use, hey, are you doing, are you actually contributing? Well, cool. You're actually at the top of our list for people that maybe we can hire if you're in a country that they can hire from. So could be valuable just to like find random stuff like, Golem Cloud, TS Circuit, like companies publish here. Coder is an option. It's definitely some cool stuff. Yeah, ScreenPipe, like accomplishing these bounties, you can get paid for the work you do. Yeah, there you go. Exactly, Figuera. And if you get accepted and they start merging your stuff on a regular basis, you're basically like pushing yourself to the top of their like potential hire list, which could have value. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but at least you can get paid for your time and you can work on open source and you can throw this shit in your resume. But you're still also making money off it. Yeah, it's algora.io. And yes, GitButler. GitButler could totally start posting bounties, for sure. I think especially for like open source companies, like bounties are a really smart idea. I wish we could do it for GitKraken. I wish we were more open source at GitKraken. I really, really, really wish it. And yeah, the dudes behind Algora are awesome. They're really good dudes. I'm curious about this. Wait, what did I contribute to NX? Some of these I don't remember at all. What did I contribute to Tori? Did I just fork it? I definitely did do some Sheiky work. I did some Scully work. I'm trying to remember what I did with Highlight. Oh, no, Highlight. No, I get it. Yeah, I've done Highlight stuff. Brain fart. The Builder IO thing. Did I submit a PR for... Mitosis. Yeah, that's the Builder IO thing. Yeah, mitosis. And then, yeah, it's just like my own shit after that. I've had some random company like do some like GitHub search shit, and I guess I'm in like the top 1% of like TypeScript contributors on GitHub, like in the Seattle area. It's just because I stream and publish a lot. But that was pretty cool, actually. But yeah, so the Gitty team put a $200 Algora bounty on building a Gitty integration in your work product. Oh, right? Like, dude, I've been trying to convince GitKraken that a Gitty integration would be good. We just added linear, which is cool. You'd probably do only get paid if you're the first to finish. Yes, exactly. But I don't know if it's really that popular there, Figuera. So, like, I don't know. Yeah, it depends on the thing. How does the linear integration in GitKraken work? So with GitKraken, we basically have the idea of Launchpad, which I can show a little bit. So Launchpad here, and this is not a great view of it, like our workspace for GitLens. Let's do open source here. Oh. Well, issues. All right. So yeah, I don't have any PRs for open source, but like all the issues that are assigned to me or that I've created, I can see in like one view. And like when we look at issues right now, oh, I guess the linear thing isn't, hold on. I bet I need to update. I haven't updated GitKraken in ages. That's my bad. Wusungi, thank you for the follow though. So yeah, then if we go look at Launchpad, now we look at issues. Oh. Maybe I'm a little premature in mentioning the linear stuff. I swear they've been talking about it like it's landed. So maybe it's not there yet. But the basic idea is you could visualize. Oh, I crashed it. Yeah. So it's basically about bringing like issues and tickets into GitKraken desktop, etc. But then even our MCP server allows you to be like, what issues are assigned to me, and depending on what integrations you have set up, we can like list all of them. Right? You could have Jira, GitHub, GitLab, Linear, all of those issues from various like repos, all like shown in like one very specific flow. Yeah, exactly. It's really cool. And this is especially why I don't think GitButler is as big of a competitor as like the rest of our team thinks, in my opinion. Like this isn't something GitButler's trying to solve at all. And it's something that I think we do solve in a really cool way. Just aggregating all of the repos you might work on and the issues for them into just one place. Like all of these branches and repos like Orderly, Geller, Stethoscope, Giphium, they're all just right there, and I can decide to like snooze one or pin one, right? Like snooze for 9 hours, right? And you can do this with PRs as well. It's a thing that I don't think GitButler even cares about trying to solve. In my opinion, GitKraken is all about like the teamwork and the issue stuff and all that. GitButler is about just branch management, which is just a separate thing. I think target customers for both companies could benefit from both, in my opinion. So that's why it's not a zero-sum game, in my opinion, as well. Like, there's room for everyone because we're solving different like niches. Yeah, exactly, right? It would be like so much extra. Yeah, right? Like you're more about like the workflow stuff, and we're trying to do workflow stuff too, but dude, this is my favorite feature at GitKraken, Launchpad. Because when I worked at like a client agency, right? We had clients in all sorts of shit, right? Different repos, different whatever. And sometimes I'd be assigned to like 2 or 3 different projects at the same time. And I just want to see like, well, okay, what's the status of my PRs for all 3 repos? Do I want to go click through 3 separate tabs minimum? Or do I just want to see it in one place? So yeah, like Launchpad is my favorite feature of GitKraken's. And it's something that I don't think anyone else is doing. Like it's like a very specific niche that we have carved out. It's really cool. Oh, is there a GitHub and Atlassian like thing where they're collaborating? I was not aware of a collab around that. Yeah, and just build each other up. Yeah, like Jira is still better than GitHub projects will be for a long time, right? GitHub projects are getting better and better as they go. But dude, Jira is the 10-ton gorilla in the room. It's not even in GitHub's interest to like truly try and compete with that, because they'd spend way too much like engineering and time doing that when like, dude, GitHub Actions, I would say GitHub Actions are far and away better than anything Atlassian is doing right now in that same space. But you can use both, and there's a lot of value there. Yeah. GitKraken's basically always running a promotion at this point. Oh, okay. So when GitHub was growing, Atlassian was one of the main competitors in the Forge space, but Scott and the other co-founders had friendly relations and went out drinking together. Yeah, no, I totally get that. Yeah, that makes sense. Right? And BitBucket still has major value for private repos and enterprise style like businesses that just want to have like a single like billing like line item. But GitHub has totally won the open source game, which I think has value too, because when you think about something, right, you're not typing in some repo BitBucket into Google. No, you're typing GitHub and something. Because, yeah, if it's not there, it's probably not open source, and who cares? Right? Just like solve different niches. I think that was one of the best things that happened to GitHub when they got acquired by Microsoft. Right? The unlimited private repos thing, instead of having to pay for that shit. That was the smartest move they made, like, post-acquisition, in my opinion. GitHub Actions, also very smart. But yeah, like, I used to use BitBucket for anything that I didn't want to open source, because I didn't want to pay for GitHub, you know? Yep. So yeah, like the smartest thing GitHub ever did after the acquisition was just opening private repos up. Mm-hmm. A lot of the other stuff has been downhill. I could see that. I still think there's like value for projects. But also you could just use Linear, you could just use Jira, you could just use anything for managing like issues, because there's always like something that can help you integrate, right? Like the Git integration for Jira, which is also a GitKraken product. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Dude, that shit's huge. Major value. It's one of those things where people don't realize that it's even doing what it does until they stop paying for it and they're like, where the hell did that panel go? Yep. That's how I feel about GitLens. I've like, dude, whenever I set up a new like PC, at least until I started working for GitKraken, I would consistently be like, wait, where the fuck did my inline blame go? Oh, that was GitLens. Oh. And then I reinstall it. Right? Like, not even the inline blame, but like the stuff in the gutter. Right? Like, if I look here, right? The modifications I made to this file, I use this gutter so fucking much, right? That little blue line there. Yeah, that's a GitLens thing, at least as far as I remember. Maybe VS Code has like co-opted that, but I still think like I don't remember seeing any of this without GitLens installed. And that's my biggest thing. When you're in like a dude, even an 80 line repo, if I want to go really quick to the modifications I made, I just look at this gutter and I'm like, oh, here's the line I added. Okay, yep, there it is. Oh, wait, where was I in this file? Oh, it's down here. For an 80 line file, it's still massively valuable. Like, that's insane how valuable just these little, like, colored, like, blocks are. I use that all the time, and when I don't have it, I miss it. Like, I miss it way too much. See, so that's the thing I don't remember. I know for a fact that in the past, I've been like, wait, where the fuck did my, like, the sidebar gutter stuff happen? Technically, when you say gutter, there's also, like, the toggle file blame part. This is also something you might consider the gutter. And that's, like, a GitLens thing specifically for sure. And this is where your, like, your -C could actually be, like, a major problem when we're trying to do like this blame for a whole file, But yeah, I could have sworn that these like left side change like gutter things, I think those are GitLens still. Now, if you get like the ones on the right side of the scroll bar, those are usually like your linter or some like error stuff happening, right? But I swear the left side is a GitLens thing. But maybe it's not anymore, and that's where, I don't know, I'm maybe outdated. Ah, yeah, no stress, no stress. And yeah, like here's another thing. I don't know if you pay for GitLens or not, but Launchpad, right? I can see all my PRs right here in VS Code too. Based upon the workspace or, other things. So yeah, like, dude, Launchpad is my favorite Git Kraken feature. Your main usage is the inline hints, like this part, for sure. Like who modified it when, right? What was the commit, etc. Yeah, no, I get it. That's like the most obvious thing to a lot of people. There's also, like right here, right? 4 months ago, right? Like this part right here is called Code Lens. And admittedly, and actually you were there for the talk, so you know this part, but Eric Amodio, the guy who wrote GitLens, stole this like feature, this idea from VS Code itself, right? Just that like code lens above a function or whatever. Like, yeah, like really awesome. Just recognizing that, yeah, some of these things, man, like just annotate what you can, add functionality, add value. If you build it, they will come, kind of shit. Right? Field of Dreams. All right. Let's continue looking at these slides. So yeah, I like the rate limiting part. You don't pay for GitLens. Your usage is just limited to the inline stuff. Sure. Yeah, exactly. If you don't need it, I'm not going to be the one to try and shill it and say you got to have it. That's fine. Yeah, like competitor analysis or whatever. Eh. Like competitor in like the loosest terms. Nah, still just value, right? Knowing what other people are doing, knowing if it's even worth dealing with. Yeah. All right, so yeah, continuing what we're talking about, right? Warning, caveats, rate limiting. The next thing I want to talk about here then would be permissions. Exactly, right? Like, yeah, how to implement. Like, dude, it's all open source. It's out there for everyone. I really wish we would go the open source route. I don't have any say in that. I'll never be able to push it completely. I think at the bare minimum, our CLI tool should be open sourced, right? Our MCP server should be open sourced. You're still going through our servers and all that stuff, right? Like, it still relies upon like private APIs. That's not a big deal. Yeah, I wish we did more open source. GitLens is the only open source thing we truly do. We have contributed to libgit before, which I think is really powerful. But yeah, exactly. Like the moat is not your technology. The moat is your understanding of the problems that you're solving and solving them before anyone else. That's a company's moat, right? Understanding the specific problems you care about, not your source code. Source code's cheap. But yeah, what's up there? Is it Tan? I'm gonna guess it's Tan. How you doing, Tan, over on YouTube? Cheers. Technically, you're fair source. Okay, yeah. And are you guys using like the fair source license that that Sentry like popularized? Right? Like, dude, fair source license is so much better than Bustle, especially because if you want to get used inside of organizations, people have to like approve a Bustle license on like a case by case basis. Whereas like because fair source doesn't have any specific like things that you can change. It's its own thing that has like a set time. If one fair source license is approved, any fair source license is approved. Very similar to like MIT and others. Like you got to get legal involved whenever like a new license is involved. But fair ends up being like fully open. And I didn't realize you guys helped pioneer fair. Dude, that's cool. Like I really respect Sentry and those guys. Like, I forget the dude's name, but he's got the glasses and he's got I don't know, at least in his photos, like the scruffy beard. Like that dude who's like high up in Sentry. Yeah, I follow that dude because I'm passionate about that shit too. Like I've got a Bustle project that I want to pivot to fair at some point. And luckily, I'm like me and like 5 other people are the contributors. If I could get their permission to switch it to fair, then we're good to go. Dude, the fair source license is amazing. Oh, you just pasted it, but yeah, whatever. Like, my favorite thing about, like, Sentry is just how much they are, like, really, like, pioneering the open source first mentality, right? It's not, like, fully open, but it's open enough, and it becomes fair eventually, right? Yeah, another company could just take where you left off, and yeah, you're good. But yeah, GPL is toxic. Dude, I will not touch a GPL library. I won't do it. No, thank you. No, thank you. And then Hymax. I am drinking whiskey to about there. Then I do 2 wedges of lime and then water. I think it technically counts as a whiskey sour, but whiskey sours are normally like lemon instead of lime. But tomato, tomato. Yeah, it's a good one. It's just something fun to sip on, you know? But yeah, I love the fact that there's so many companies like really like getting into the fair source license. Damn, even Keygen. Dude, Keygen is a fucking darling. This is a like bootstrapped company. I hate their font. Like, dude, this font right here sucks. But Keygen is one of those companies that is like a huge inspiration. I just want to build a product and bootstrap it and get enough people to use it to where I don't have to work a job anymore. I believe that's the dream, right? That's the fucking dream. Right? And it's not that I don't want to work a job anymore. I just don't want to have to work a job anymore. That's the big difference. One of the things that you wanted to bring up at the Git Maintainer Summit was if Steiny, I don't know, Steiny, did make modular backends, and if new backends could be under, even with a linking exception, it could speed up Git Kraken or Git Butler adoption so much faster. What is Steiny? Well, that's not the right Steiny. Patrick, is it Stenenhart? Okay. Is it Steinhardt? Okay, it's probably Steinhardt. Maybe not. Getting one big business client is better than a bunch of consumers is the real dream? Ooh, I don't think so. The lead Git developer from Gitlab. It's probably Steinhardt. Yep, there it is. So this dude. And he's also in Germany, right? So Germany is where, like, Git lives, basically, at this point, huh? Interesting. Wait a minute. Was he at the summit? I feel like I remember seeing and chatting with this dude. Cool. Yeah, I was talking with like Git Royalty. Oh, he did a remote talk? Oh. Oh, yes. Yeah, he was fully remote. Yeah. Okay. So he was the one that was talking the most in the remote stuff. Got it. Got it. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, okay. Well, like, he looked familiar. I just couldn't, like, place it. Okay. Yeah, no, he seems cool. Yeah, he had, like, the pink hoodie or, like, sweatshirt or something. Steiny and Taylor are indeed Git Royalty. I did not know that. Okay. Makes sense. Got it. Yeah, like the fact that like Taylor was basically like running that meeting. Yeah, I figured he was a big deal. I'm not aware of any of that shit. I do still really appreciate the fact that they all let me like in on that stuff. Like that's really cool. I feel like Gitkraken hasn't been represented at any of those things in the past. So just getting our foot in the door is cool. In general, I'd love it if the creator of GitLens, right, Eric, I think we should get him to like head out to the contributor summit at some point. Even if he doesn't say anything, if he doesn't care, like still, like he deserves to be there, you know? Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Like super healthy. Like, like I'll probably not be at Gitkraken forever. I want to at least like pave the way for the core people at Gitkraken to be involved in these communities, you know? And I don't have any plans to leave or anything, but just, if we're being realistic. Dude, yes, so much of the stuff that I heard, I'm really like happy about, and I passed on some of that to like the company, right? Which I think has value. The Rust thing, I think, is powerful. I wanted to chime in during the Rust part. I just didn't find a good moment. But when they were talking about like modularizing the code base, you have to do that with Rust because the compile times suck. So like, yeah, if Git's gonna switch to Rust at some point, they're gonna have to really like be forward thinking about how they like make the core versus like the modules that they build. And like when you change one, does it force the others to recompile kind of thing? You have to be really conscious about that in like a big Rust repo. Right? Like the cargo workspace stuff really requires that you are thinking first and foremost about when I change this thing, how much other stuff needs to re-render. So you want your core to be as like lightweight as possible. And then like your modules, depending on the core, right? Like the core recompiling causes everything that relies upon it to recompile. But if then you're modifying just like a module that just consumes the core, if the core didn't change, you're just compiling that one module again. And that has major value. But then at some point, like you're going to have the top level CLI that requires everything to recompile. But how much do you want that to be part of like your dev workflow and like all that shit? Like the Rust part was massive. And I don't know if you were there for the Rust part, actually. I feel like the Rust part was like pre-lunch. Oh, you were there? Okay, okay. I just couldn't remember. Yeah, I thought the Rust part was actually pre-lunch. I could have sworn the Rust part was pre-lunch. But yeah, I'm just forgetting. I'm just mixing it up wrong. I can't say for certain, but it's something they're considering. There was a second Rust part. Okay, yeah, that was it. Because it is a big topic. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Good call. Um, like I would assume that it's okay to talk about this stuff because of like open governance and like all that. I'm not like I'm not violating any like all this is open. Okay, I just want to make sure. Cool. So yes, Rust is or Git is heavily considering Rust because number one, it would be easier to bring on other devs because the C++ or is it C++ or just it's raw C. Git is raw C at the moment, and that involves so much overhead. Yeah, it's just regular C. There's like so much like stuff that's just really hard to onboard devs with. If they were to switch to Rust, and also maybe change up to a more open contributor pattern versus like the mailing list, they would have a lot of ways to bring new developers onto the program, right? Onto Git as contributors. And that's something that they were heavily thinking about during the talks. So it's not necessarily like there's a timeline for it, but it is something that they were heavily talking about, which I think is really cool. Yep. See, here's the thing. I don't know if it needs to be like a major version change. As long as you're not changing APIs, you can rewrite shit into other languages and you're fine. Yeah. Yeah. I believe that there's already some shit in there for sure. Yeah, good call there, Sir Elfman. Yep. Yeah, like you could adopt Rust, and as long as you're not changing APIs, you don't have to do a semver bump. That's not a problem. No, this part was not turned into like a thing that got published. This was like a round table with all the contributors like just chatting about these things, and I sat there as a fly on the wall, like just listening. But again, I'm just so happy that they even allowed me to do so. That was man, that was the best. Exactly, that's the biggest thing, right? There are certain platforms that you can't compile Rust to yet. Um, I forget the names that they said, but yeah, there's like I guess certain Solaris implementations. I feel like that name sounds familiar in the context. But yeah, like just certain like platforms that Rust or that Git currently supports. Yeah, exactly. Like Git currently supports some of these platforms that Rust doesn't support yet. Ah, yeah, touche. Right, because it's GPL and you just can't touch it. Right, which is where you can like honestly, doing a Rust port of GPL code, I don't think that violates any licenses. That was a discussion that was had like, hey, we can't just rewrite the GPL code in Rust. Now, technically, you can because the license covers that code specifically, right? Porting code to another language actually like negates the licensing problem, in my opinion, because it's a totally separate like writing of the thing. And it's basically just using the same APIs, and you can't actually like copyright the APIs. That's what the whole like Google Java thing proved, and like that precedent exists. So, in my opinion, yeah, it would be very hard to have a real case where you actually push it, right? Like Google technically did that, but they were just doing the API because they didn't have access to the source code. By having access to the source code, does that change things? And maybe. I don't know. I don't think so, though. But it could be the same argument of like, well, yes, I wrote a book in English and then someone translated it to Chinese. Is that a separate copyright? I don't know. That's the tougher bit. But yeah, Git oxide and isometric Git. They're totally doing it already, right? Yeah, I think that's tougher. And they have a different license. They're not GPL. But it's one of those things where I don't think the Git committee or whatever you want to call it wants to spend their war chest on a lawsuit defending that shit. Yeah, exactly. Right. So like someone else needs to challenge it in some other way first. And then they can just rest on precedent. More music. The Git committee. Oh, there you go, Robert Tables. Like, dude, yeah, there's the commit, which is a thing that render ATL is going to do. And honestly, they could do that. They could totally make a shirt and give it away for free at their booth. They could spend their war chest on that kind of shit. Because why not? They can't take the money with them. That is a thing I've been thinking about, though, Caleb, right? Like, couldn't the committee theoretically sponsor, like, Algora stuff? Or some other bounty program for changes? Like, that might be a good use of their war chest. That might be a good use of their war chest to encourage, like, open source contributors. And then, hold on. So, technically, you're not supposed to even name your company Git whatever. But you just wrote an email to the Git concurrency with a legally worded fuck you. Yeah, dude. I believe Git has already lost the trademark. GitHub has existed for decades at this point, or almost a couple decades, right? Like, dude, GitHub, right? Like, anything with Git in the name, they've already lost the trademark, in my opinion. Yeah, no enforcement, no trademark. Exactly. Like, it has become genericized. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just think they've already lost it. I'm not a lawyer, though. But also, yeah, like, if they're not enforcing it, no trademark office would honor it. Exactly. If they tried to make a case, it would go nowhere. Yep. It would just be a waste of, like, funds legally. GitHub made Git popular. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Mercurial could have taken off if GitHub didn't become, like, the de facto place to do open source. Yeah, I totally agree. Subversion? No. No. Subversion's dead in the water, in my opinion. Have you ever tried to, like, contribute to WordPress? Boy, it sucks. Oh my god. Just the worst fucking thing in the world, dude. The worst fucking thing in the world. Popular with game devs? Maybe because it supports large files better? I don't know. I'm curious about that now. Do you know why? To me, like, yeah, SVN, TFS, like, a lot of that shit is really just, like, I remember my parents talking about this when they worked on, like, the 800 system and shit. Right? When my mom was talking about number portability, yeah, she checked out a file, and now no one can modify that file until she checks it back in. That's what source control was in the 90s and the 80s. Could you imagine working like that? No, I can't work on this file. Someone else checked it out. I gotta wait till they're done. Could you imagine living like that? How did software even get developed at that point? Sounds like Microsoft Access. Yeah, tomato, tomato. Microsoft Access was built on like 80s and 90s thoughts of like ownership, for sure. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Could you imagine working like that these days? Fuck no, dude. I would quit a job that made me work that way. Technically, I'd make them let me go first. Hopefully without cause so I can collect that sweet, sweet unemployment. It would be like checking out a book from a library. Yeah, for sure. And like the book conglomerates make it to where, yeah, you check out an ebook, no one else can check out that ebook. What the fuck, dude? It's digital. Who gives a shit? But yeah, the book cartel fucking sucks. Fucking penguin. All right, so hold on. Let me double check. I should hang out with Rafael Gomez and Pierre-Yves David from Mercurial if I'm ever in Europe. You know, MG is not super popular, but they are excited about spreading some genuinely great concepts in MG into Git or Git community projects like Work or Git Kraken. I do really like the fact that you just say Work. You can say the company name. It's okay, dude. If you don't want to, I understand it, but I will never be upset about you mentioning Git Butler. I'm a huge fan at this point. Just don't tell Git Kraken. No. I'm a huge fan because we're all working together to make Git easier to work with. That's huge. There's such a benefit to that. And Hunar over on YouTube. How you doing, Mr. Sir? Yeah, we're chilling. We're hanging out. We're going a little late today because we're having really good conversations. Why would I want to cut this short? What, so I can go play some fucking video games or something? I do want to eat some pizza, but I can just turn on the oven and I can have pizza in like 15 to 20 minutes. No big deal. Yeah, we're going a little late, Hunar. No, and I get that, Caleb. Like, that's very cool, man. I really do appreciate that. Like, that said, you have full permission to shout out Git Butler anytime you want. Like, I will not feel bad about that. So, Hunar, you ate some really heavy Indian food, and now you're basically a potato. Like a baked potato, fully loaded. Especially baked if you're smoking weed. No, that, again, it's super cool of you, Caleb. And if you want to keep doing it, go for it. I don't mind. If you want to keep calling it work, I won't be offended. I just want you to know I won't be offended the other way either. That's all. I drank enough whiskey and margaritas on Git Butler's dime that I owe y'all, for sure. It's like you're sponsoring the segments. Robert Tables. You mean, hold on. You mean like GKAI commit? And then being able to generate a commit message, but that didn't work. So shit, that's a bad demo. Let me try another. Oh, I didn't add it. That was it. That was my bad. All right, so I can do this one. All right, GK AI commit. Right? Adds GitLab OAuth support. Boom, nailed it. No, so we used to have like the Launchpad thing in our CLI. No, it was just because I forgot to add the thing. I forgot to do a git add. That's on me. Sahunar, you should have eaten earlier. Your blood pressure is like 130 right now. Okay. I mean, better than heart rate. If your heart rate was at 130 just sitting down, well, that's a problem. Oh, you are saying your heart rate. Oh. Yeah, that's not ideal. Just sitting, hanging out, chatting? Not ideal. But yes, my Apple Watch has warned me when I ate some really, really like you should have a walk, but it's raining. Ooh, you should get like one of those treadmills that you can walk on in the house. Those are worth it. I need to get one actually here. I got like a stair stepper I could do. But yeah, I want to get like a proper treadmill in the house. But yeah, so GitKraken does have a CLI tool. We used to have the idea of Launchpad. Right? You can list your issues that are assigned to you and all that stuff. But we used to have like a more in-depth version of like Launchpad that I was showing in GitKraken and GitKraken Desktop that I would love it if we ended up getting something like that eventually. And yes, technically our issue list could be better if I zoomed out more. There we go. God damn it. Really? How small do they think people's terminals are? God damn it. Like, dude. All right. Ah, dude. All right. It's not our focus at the moment, but we really need to make our issue list better. Yeah, no, I get it. Honestly, I normally have a massive fucking font in my terminal. I get it. Right? For streaming, right? People might be watching on a phone, right? Make it readable. But yes, GitKraken's CLI doesn't make it as good as it could be. This could be better, right? Which I think we could tackle at some point, but we have other focuses because there's, again, like I said, there's only 2 devs working on this stuff. So we're focusing on our MCP server first and foremost right now. Yep, for streaming, just in general, like, yeah, dude, I could just sit 5 feet back and still read this. That's solid. That's solid. Even on your phone, damn right. And yeah, don't listen to little Bobby Tables. He will compromise your database every chance he gets. But he won't show up to TwitchCon. Maybe next year, right? You know what's funny to me? I went to book my hotel and flight for TwitchCon coming up in a week. And you have a legit excuse this year. All right, we'll count it. It is insane to me how much cheaper it is to fly to SF, San Fran. Sorry. I need to say San Fran every chance I get just to offend people that live in San Fran. They hate the phrase San Fran. It's SF or San Francisco. Pick one. But yes, I will say San Fran till the day I die at this point. It's not offensive, but like only people who are not locals say San Fran. At which point I will say it till the day I die. You know what? I was born in Palo Alto. I was born in Palo Alto. I got the birth certificate to prove it. I can say San Fran all I want. They prefer Bay Area? Sure. Right? All right. I get it. And yeah, what's up, Tom? How you doing? San Fran, fam. Oh, you're actually in the Bay Area? I didn't know that, Code Girl. Oh, shit. I had no idea. I absolutely would have reached out. I went and had a dinner with, Crutchcorn, Corbin Crutchley. I had a lunch with the person you used to work with, right? Code Drift. Shit, I didn't know that. I would have reached out. My bad. Next time. Yeah, sorry. Born and raised. Nice. Yeah, I was born in Palo Alto. I lived there for like 6 months, and I hadn't been back since until I was the age of 40 last year. So yeah, just 39 years away. No big deal. Yeah, you're right, Robertables. Yeah, Code Girl should totally stream. Wait, Lightspeed, are you in San Diego? Are you going to be at TwitchCon? Even if you don't get a ticket to TwitchCon itself, like, come on, drive into the city. Let's hang out. Orange County. Wait, Orange County, is that LA? LA. What, you never had tacos in LA? They'll make you feel like an asshole if you haven't had LA tacos. It's just fish steak or carnitas wrapped in a tortilla. I wasn't born yesterday. And they should shut the fuck up about hiking. What's this now? What, you never heard them talking about hiking? Oh, hiking this, hiking that, Runyon Canyon, blah, 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 blah. Dude, it's just an asshole's word for walking. I wasn't born yesterday. Yeah, damn right, Robert Tables. Yeah, dude. Letterkenny is so fucking good. And then by the end of it, you got the one dude, like, wait, who do y'all know who's been to LA? And it shows the one guy, like, with a taco in his hand, like, what's this about LA? Like, it's just so good. That might be the best, like, segment of Letterkenny ever. It might be the absolute best segment of Letterkenny. Yep. LA. It's just fish steak or carnitas wrapped in a tortilla. I wasn't born yesterday. Like, dude, it's so good. Man, Letterkenny is classic. And then Hunar, sorry, just to chime in. React team released 19.2 early because they wanted to make React compiler get all the shine during the conference. Maybe. Yeah, the compiler is good, but what is the FIR thing? I didn't get a chance to see that talk, but like React FIR. No, I don't mean for. Nope. And yeah, like all this is bullshit, right? It's just not even published enough. What is the FIR thing? Anyone know? Like, who here actually watched the React Conf stuff? I didn't get a chance to go. I really wish I could have. But yeah, what is the React FIR thing? Because they showed like a graph of like render times. React on its own, the longest thing. React plus compiler, React plus some other shit, React FIR, React FIR plus external state management. Right? Like, dude, it just got like shorter and shorter. I really want to know what the FIR thing is. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, this is the graph. That's the one. Right? So React, non-React signals, React forest. Okay, I don't remember seeing that part. React plus the compiler, even better. React FIR, React compiler plus an external store. And then React FIR plus an external store. Right? And when we see it, turns out they were doing performance comparison in React FIR as their attempt. An experiment on how fast React could go. Seems like a lighter version of React with different context handling. They won't ship this anytime soon, though. I get it. All right. I get it. Seems cool, though. And then, hold on. Are you going to TwitchCon, Robert Tables? Not this year, but not out of the realm of possibility. Next year, maybe. Yeah, dude. And hold on. Robert Tables, what state are you in? I want to say Ohio? Indiana. Same thing. Sorry. I'm pretty sure I've made that same joke before. I'm almost positive I made the exact same joke before. Sorry, my bad. No. I've heard it's good. I've heard it's cool. Yeah, so Indiana. We named the dog Indiana. Don't call me Junior. Yeah, exactly. All right, hold on. Let's keep going. Actually, this album's got plenty of time. Nah, we're good. We don't need to do another album. This one's going for a bit. And then, okay, so Hunar, currently learning Zig. You love how simple the language is. Took you about 14 hours for the basic language spec, to make that in your brain. Rust was about 5 days. Yeah, I would say you can be productive with Rust way quicker. You do not need to understand the borrow checker. When in doubt, clone it out. If you embrace that philosophy, you can learn Rust way quicker. Now, I get it, Hunar. Yep. Totally get it. But yeah, like Rust doesn't have to be that complicated. When the borrow checker complains, just clone it. Right? When it complains about lifetimes, just clone it. When it complains about like borrowing after it's like freed or some bullshit, just clone it. It will make far simpler code. And in general, the compiler can optimize around a lot of that. Yeah, exactly, Caleb. Like that's the biggest thing. We've done Rust here on stream, and I don't know if you're familiar with, and I'm gonna space on their name. Shit. Donut Pointer. Donut Pointer was here in stream, and they are like heavy into Rust. They were here in stream, and they took the code that I had and put it into Godbolt. They did it versus like a properly done version, and it was the same exact like eventual assembly, right? Because the Rust compiler can elide away all these clones on your behalf anyway, right? So don't think that cloning is slow, because it's not necessarily actually happening. It's just a hint to the compiler that you want to reuse this thing later. And at that point, the compiler can decide to do like the lifetime or the borrow bullshit. And it's actually magic at that point. So that's my biggest point to people. Like, the compiler is smarter than us. Don't fight the compiler. Just clone it. Yeah. Just clone it. And then later, look at the resulting assembly code and decide if you actually need to do so. Right? If you need to actually optimize this thing away from the clone, you'll know. And it's fine. But, like, don't pre-optimize until you see a bottleneck. That's like, you know, premature optimization is the root of all evil. Yeah. Just clone it. Just clone it. Clone is not slow when you recognize that Rust's clone is different from a C++ equivalent to clone. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah, sometimes you have a value that you want to pass to multiple functions. And that same value, well, yeah, you passed it into one function. That's where the borrow checker's like, nope, that one function owns it now. When you want to pass it to the next thing, just clone it. It's fine. The compiler will elide that shit away. It'll be as optimal as if you wrote it perfectly. It's fine. It's in very rare cases will it actually differ. The compiler can actually recognize that, yes, this thing that you cloned after it was borrowed, you know what? It can make some assumptions about that and just do it the right way. Right? As long as you satisfy the borrow checker, you can let the compiler take the wheel. And that's magic. And that's really fucking cool. Yeah, I feel like, Caleb, were you here when I was making that, like, it was like the Game of Life implementation in Rust, like using Wasm and all that shit? I feel like that was like back when you were probably actually watching the stream before we met up again, right? Timing, you know, maybe not. But yeah, like, back when I made that like Game of Life implementation and like the shit around it and like rendering like naively to a canvas using Wasm, I was able to achieve major frames per second values without even having to optimize to like the level I thought it would. If you don't remember it, that's fine. I'm going to show it off for everyone else in stream if they don't remember. The stream chat display? Okay, this would have been, I think, after that a little bit. So I gave a talk at the Manning Rust conference about cellular life. Right? So it was this thing that I did during like the August, maybe like the July and August of, I want to say 2021, maybe 2022. I forget the exact dates. But if we hop into the game, right, and we do, I believe it's just this, and we hit start, and hold on, let's crank this up. Boom, we get this glider. And we're going to determine that eventually it hits a loop. And this is a bounded game of life, which means that eventually something like this will hit a loop where we see the same frame again. And then bam, yeah, we see that same frame happen again, which means we're in a loop. Depending on the length of your loop, yeah, you can see it, right? But the idea is just recognizing that all of this is deterministic because we're a bounded like thing versus like an unbounded like loop, and that becomes tougher. But within a bounded like canvas, when the things like loop over to the bottom, right, we can actually determine if we've hit the same frame again. What I'm doing is I am keeping every single, like we see 800 steps, all 805 steps of this grid, which is a 40 by 50, right, grid, like per frame, all of those are in memory. And as every frame happens, we're checking if this frame differs from the frame before it. And differs from not just the frame before it, but every frame within our buffer before it. So if I'm keeping, and I believe the number we hit on was like 1,600 frames in memory, I am checking every single frame, like cell by cell, to see if it's something that we've hit before. And the moment that we like hit a difference, we can bail out and know that it's a new frame. But if we end up getting to the end of our, like, 2,000 line array, right? Or 2,000 like item array, like, 40 by 50, it's 2,000. When we get to the end of that, we know that we've actually hit a frame that we've seen before and we can bail out. I'm keeping 1,600 of those frames in memory, and I'm able to maintain like 120 frames a second. I don't have a monitor that can actually render that, but we've had other people like show that it runs at 120 frames a second. The right move would be to actually start hashing these things and check the hash, and then when the hash is the same, check every cell to make sure that it's actually the same and not just like a hash collision. But I didn't even need to make that optimization because I can just keep 1,600 frames in RAM and we're good to go. And I can just iterate 2,000 by 2,000 by 1,600 every single frame and maintain a massive like performant application because of it. All of this doing the naive Rust approach of when in doubt, clone it out. And yes, I get it, Hunar. You're saying 1,600 frames is not much for today's computers. I understand that, but when you're doing that, like, could you imagine building this in JavaScript? This runs in a browser, dude. 1,600 frames in JavaScript? I challenge you to get 120 frames a second doing what I'm doing logic-wise in JavaScript itself. I challenge you at this point. I'm really curious if you could build something as performant with raw TypeScript and JavaScript that runs in the browser as fast as this. And that's the magic of Wasm. I didn't even have to optimize this in a crazy way. It just worked. Try and do that with raw JavaScript. I dare you. I dare you, Hunar. Over on the YouTube. Right? Just try it. And if you do it, well, yeah, go for it. Like, I would love to see if it's possible. I just don't want to put in the effort. Yeah, I'm a little lazy. Sure. Yeah, 1,600 frames, not much for today's computers, but kind of much for today's browsers. Yeah, exactly, right? Because you got to rely upon like the just-in-time compiler and like other optimizations that the browser gives you. When Wasm doesn't have to do any of that, right? You get real data types instead of like every number is a float. You get real everything, right? Yeah, Wasm is magic. And Gary Bernhardt saw this entire future 10 years ago. Right? Let me show a different one. How about this? We go to the 42 starter and we connect these things. Right? And then we hit start. And we're going at 60 frames a second just because that's as big as the slider went. What if I clicked it to 120? Why not, man? This shit ran at this same speed on my ancient 2015 Mac Mini. Right? So it's not just could you get 1600 frames out of TypeScript and JavaScript in like the most optimized machines ever, like an M4 Mac and all that bullshit? Sure. Could you do it on a 2015 MacBook Pro? Or a 2015 Mac Mini? Unlikely. But it runs super fast if you do it with Wasm. So yeah, here we are. We're already at 1900 steps. It's going to go to like 3400 something. And if we just keep 1600 frames in RAM and we're checking all 1600 frames for a difference, cell by cell, right? Like, dude, that's magic. But yeah, Hunar, no worries. Have a good night. But I do challenge you to like try and do that, right? 1600 frames is not much. That depends on context. Yeah, no worries, Hunar. So yeah, okay, sorry, not 3400, 3200. After 3200 frames, we identify a cycle, which means that we're in a loop, and we bail out. With 3 edits, we're able to live for 3200, and that's like a new score. And sure, could we record it? Yeah, whatever. But this is the magic of Wasm and Rust and all this shit, in my opinion. And this is where multiple times Theo has given me the chance to say, like, how is Theo wrong? He's wrong about Wasm. He's massively wrong about Wasm. Especially, like, server-side, especially client-side for certain things. He's wrong about Wasm, and he's willing to at least allow me to say so in various contexts, and he's not a dick about it. Whether I've convinced him or not, maybe not. But that's where, when people want to hate on Theo, I get it. I understand. I was a Theo hater for a bit, mainly because of a personal interaction that, I don't know, could have been better. But since then, I've been able to chat and interact with Theo in a lot of contexts where he's a dude. Like, he understands it. But it does take a little bit to get to that point with him, I think. Because I believe, like me, he's a bit skeptical of people in general. Right? As I'm skeptical of new chatters here in chat, he's skeptical of people in general. He doesn't make it easy to like him. I think it depends on context. But yes, I can understand it. Even in person, he does have that, like, that air of superiority. A little bit. I think that's just because he's tall. I think that's the height working against him. I think it's just because he's tall. That gives him this, like, this other perspective a little bit. It's not about him, you know, being famous. And we already talked about, like, dude, being tech famous is not famous. Nope, not even close. Yeah. That Theo. Yeah, for sure. How tall? Something crazy like 5'11"? No, he's easily, I want to say 6'3". Maybe 6'4". He's tall. He's like super tall. Like as far as like average human beings go. Not as far as basketball players go, but yeah, as far as like average human beings, he's tall. Prime, I think, claims 6 feet, but he's probably like 5'11". But Theo towers over Prime to a degree, right? I'm short. Everyone towers over me. I believe Prime claims 6 feet, but he might be 5'11". I don't know. Right? 1 inch. What's 1 inch gonna do? That's what she said. Hey-oh. Sorry, bad joke. Bad joke. Honestly, I feel really good about that joke. Bazinga. Yeah, exactly. Nailed it. Hey-oh. Yeah, for sure. Is phrasing still a thing? We should definitely be doing phrasing. Yes, I've been watching too much Archer these days. And yeah, why did we stop doing phrasing? But yeah, Theo is tall, right? Phrasing's just a meme from Archer. Right? So, as an example, on the show Archer, it's like, I want to like you, but you make it so hard. Why are we not doing phrasing? Phrasing. But yeah, Java Grunt. I believe you actually came in with a question, and I might have ignored it. I might have missed it. Hold on. Let me double check. Why do other people hate on Theo? Because he has strong opinions, and he voices them emphatically. No matter what, when you do that, you will find haters. There's also like, and again, this is not talking shit, but he does tend to dominate a conversation from time to time. If you're going to talk with him about something he's passionate about, he will dominate the conversation. And that can be tough. I think most people have that flaw, though. If you're going to talk about snowboarding with me and a group of people, I'm probably going to like dominate the conversation. Unless I'm talking with a bunch of people that I know are snowboarders. Then I might backseat a bit. But if I'm talking with tech people about snowboarding, I know a lot about this subject. Let's chat. And then I might actually drown other people out. And yeah, that's a problem. There are levels to snowboarding? Sure, like there's levels to everything. I guess, what do you mean by that? Like being able to get from the top to bottom of any run? Sure, that's one level. Being able to make it look good is another level. Being able to do tricks in the park is another level. And technically, there are some people that can do tricks in the park that actually can't make it down the gnarly diamond runs. So it's not necessarily that it's like this linear progression. It's just this like level of like skills that you build up. You can be really good at like rails and boxes and suck on jumps. You can be really good at both of those, right? Rails, boxes, and jumps, but suck in powder. You can be really good at powder and suck in the park. You know? That's the thing. Like, dude, I could beat Rosignol Jeremy Jones in a game of snow any day of the week. But could I ride the same lines he rides in Alaska? Fuck no. I might die. Like, you know? Like, that's the thing. It's not levels as far as like leveling up. It's about separate skill sets. And it's the same thing in tech. It's literally the same thing in tech. You might be really good at the front end, but you suck at the back end. You might be really good at the back end and suck at the front end. You might be really good at the front end and back end, but you suck at DevOps. It's not just one step after the other. They are separate skill sets that you got to build up individually. Like Robert Tables, I would challenge you. Like, how good are you at making like fully responsive UIs? That's not the thing you've focused on. I wouldn't expect you to be good at it. And it's okay if you're not good at it because you're really good at another part of it. Exactly, right? That's the point I'm making. And the same thing applies to snowboarding. Mm-hmm. Hell yeah, dude. Snowboard world. Yeah, I'm pretty good in the park, but I know people who are way better at powder. Sure, man. All right, real quick, hold on. It's 9 o'clock. I don't feel like ending yet because I like the ranting. I like the chatting. I do need to go pee. I do need to go turn on the oven. And yeah, I'm gonna cook this pizza and I'm gonna eat it right here on stream because I do need to finish up these slides. No matter what, tonight I need to finish these slides. So, BRB, let me go pee. All right, so real quick, hold on. We haven't heard anything from Caleb for a bit. Yeah. Caleb, did you pass out at your desk? You can't fight the Sandman. No, he's up late. And we don't want to make him feel bad. Honestly, he should have gotten some sleep. It's okay. No stress. Hold on. This might be the first time we are knighting someone as a knight of the bong table. He'll recognize it later. But yeah, welcome, Caleb, knight of the bong table. We'll do the ceremony when he gets back tomorrow, the day after, whenever. The world of no responsibility. Like, Code Drift, come on, man. You know nothing is expected of you. This is the chillest stream to be a mod in. Isn't it? Come on. This is the chillest stream to be a mod in. Which I find even more hilarious when there's someone who actually messes it up. You had zero expectations and you still fucked up. Like, dude. Yeah, you try, but I'm on it. I'm pretty good about it there, Code Drift. You try, and I appreciate that. But yeah, I click that button fast. What's up, Mr. Situation X? How you doing? Yeah. Only because I'm going way too late tonight, aren't I? Yeah, it happens. But I want to keep working on these slides because I got to finish these slides up. I have to record a talk about this shit sometime before Monday. See, I'll probably try and do it like Saturday morning. Did I buy Battlefield 6? No. Nah, definitely not. Not my vibe. Especially with how they're trying to court like the Call of Duty players. No. The reason I would play Battlefield is because it's not Call of Duty. The fact that they like acquiesced to the whatever class you pick, like the weapons aren't locked. I think it's a step in the wrong direction. Weapons should be locked to the class. If you want to be a healer, you shouldn't be able to carry the fucking LMG. As a fellow developer advocate, how much do I travel? I travel when I get accepted for talks. In general, I pretty much only travel during the fall. So last year, if we think about it, last year I did SwiggleConf, GitHub Universe, JS Nation, Connect Tech, and then like an Atlassian event. There was like just a Git Kraken thing. And I did all that within like a month or two, all during the fall. This year, similar. I did Cascadia JS, which was local, which was nice. I didn't have to go anywhere. And then Commit Your Code Conference, Git Merge. I'm doing TwitchCon, which is separate. That's not like a work thing. And then beyond that, I'm doing JS Nation and React Summit. I should have applied to way more conferences that I just didn't see. And I've got a pretty good hit rate on applying to conferences. I feel like I'm like 50-50. Maybe even like 60% getting accepted for a talk. Which is pretty solid. Oh, and last year I did KubeCon too. But for like a personal thing. I did GitHub Universe last year as well. Yep, forgetting that one. For work, I tend to travel to the office in Scottsdale in Arizona like 2 or 3 times a year. This year's been a little light. I think I did 2 travels to Arizona this year. You only apply for a CFP that you're invited to? Nah, dude, like, it's worth it to just apply anyway. You should totally apply. You should totally apply. Come on, man. Like, dude. It's not like you're asking someone out on a date. Getting rejected from a conference is easy. And yeah, dude, we'll probably end up at some conference together at some point anyway. Fuck it. But yeah, dude, if you just... I heard Krista Mars say something similar. Where it's like, if he applies to a conference 3 times and he gets denied 3 times in a row, he's not going to apply again. I don't know, man. I get it, but there's a level to a level of ego to that I cannot subscribe myself to. If he wants to do it, like, he's more than free to do whatever the fuck he wants. I don't give a shit. Like, doesn't affect me. I just think, like, that's not anything I could ever do myself. It might have been Chris Mars. He's a really good dude. He's fucking awesome. He's super cool. But yeah, like, I don't know. If I get denied 3 times, well, then my odds of getting accepted the 4th time are really high. And maybe that's the gambler's fallacy, but fuck it. It's actually true in DevRel. I've applied to Cascadia many times, right? Like at least 3 or 4. I finally got accepted this year. Yeah, just keep swimming, just keep applying. Like, yeah, dude. I don't give a shit. Applying is easy. Getting denied is also easy. Getting accepted is work. Applying is so fucking easy. Yeah, but, you know, whatever. All right, let's keep working on some slides. Slowly but surely. Of course I'm serious, and don't call me Shirley. But yeah, let's really think about this, right? So, like, the caveats of building using Oh-My-Ghaad. Yes, the rate limiting is a big thing. Permissions is another big thing. I feel like that's fine. What am I using for my slides? I'm using SlideDev. Yes, I was a big Reveal.js person for ages, using Pandoc to convert my Markdown into Reveal.js. Nowadays, I'm using Slidev, which is honestly like the best thing until I make an Astro version of it. Just saying. Slidev's fucking amazing. It's really good. It's made by Ant Fu, right? Like Anthony Fu. One of the tip top best contributors to open source. Like, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. And you all should shout out people that you think are the best. Maintainer of the year. Ant Fu. Wait, did I already submit this? I may have already submitted this and I forgot. Whatever. He deserves it. He deserves it, right? I can't remember if I did it or not. It would be nice to have a way to track who you've submitted for various categories. But yeah, just in case, like seriously, everyone, if there is anyone in open source that you think deserves a shout out, do it, right? If you think there's anyone in any of these categories, right? Commit of the year, maintainer of the year. Did I click the right thing? I thought I clicked maintainer. I might have fucked that one up. Shit. Right? Small project, large project, rising star, documentation and design excellence, open source for good, contributor, right? Corporate contributor, community choice, unsung hero. Everyone should like nominate people that have changed their dev lives for better. If you're a fan of Leon Noel and you've done the like 100 devs thing, dude, shout out Leon as the unsung hero, man. Right? It costs you nothing. It costs you nothing to submit on behalf of the people that you think deserve it. Right? Just do it. Thank you, Java Grant. Yeah. I've also got the whiskey in me. Come on. Shit. But yeah, like, dude, it costs you nothing to support the people that make all this stuff better. Oh, you didn't have to do that. I appreciate the bits. Whatever I make here on stream, I'm actually going to donate this month's money towards the Michael, and I forget his last name, Michael Rogers GoFundMe. So, yes, I appreciate the bits, Java Grunt. And yes, I just thank you for the support. But I'm probably just going to submit whatever I make from stream to this, and I'll probably do extra. I'll just, even if I don't make $500 this month, I'm going to submit $500 just to make it happen, right? The drop down on Edge for you is all white until you highlight it? Oh, interesting, Alex. You should stop using Edge. Like, come on, man. That's a very simple answer to your problems. Like, why are you using Edge? No, it's fine. I get it. It's basically just Chrome. Who cares? Maybe you like problems. Well, touche. Yeah. Lets you pretend you're avoiding Chrome because it is definitely like, yeah, you're pretending. Because you're not, because it's still Chrome. All right, you know what? Yeah, we're going to do this right now. Let me do the donate now. I'm going to do 500. No, I'm not going to tip GoFundMe. But yeah, PayPal? Oh man, that's even easier. Yeah, that makes it real easy. Dude, PayPal makes it the easiest. That's where like your subs and bits go. That makes it so easy. Yeah, let me just do the two-factor auth. Boom. All right. What does this link do? If I paste this link, what happens? That's fine. Where the fuck's my donation, dude? Well, whatever. The number went up. So we know it went there. I don't need credit. Y'all saw it. Number is at 48 something. It's at 49 now. Did I forget to check a box? Yeah, maybe. Whatever. Eh. 42 only? That's so sad. Wait, what do you mean 42 only? No, 49K to help this dude's family? That's huge, man. Like, what was the 42? Oh, he was only 42 years old. Yes, exactly. Colon cancer, man. If you're over the age of 40, you need to get checked, and I need to get checked. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Michael Rogers. Yeah, only 42 years old, dude. Yeah, colon cancer is not a joke. There's like that professional baseball player that had it too, right? Younger than 40. Like in his 30s, you know? Like, dude. Just saying, man. Like, yeah. Nobody's too old for colon cancer. No one's too young for colon cancer. That shit just happens, man. Yeah, get yourself checked. Especially if you're over 40, and I need to do the same. No, it's not even gendered. Yeah, anyone. Anyone can get it. Yeah, yeah. Like, doesn't matter how much money you have. If you got colon cancer, you're kind of fucked. If you catch it really, really early, maybe you can do something about it. So, yeah, get checked. Get checked. And yes, I'm going to need to do it. Bedtime Bear has offered to drive me home from the hospital. And has also warned me about, yeah, you know, when you do get checked, maybe don't eat a bean burrito. Yep. Yeah, yeah. Or buttered chicken. Yeah, exactly. That sound effect was for the polyps, right? You mean you can remove the polyps in the same visit? No big deal. Yep. No chicken tikka. Hold on, Robert Tables, are you referencing RIPD? Was that an RIPD reference? Damn right. Damn right. Yeah, dude, I think that movie's actually really fun. She had nice ankles. Damn right. All right, BRB, let me go toss these just terribly gross squeezed limes. Yeah, let me go toss these. Oh, and my camera is like... the frame rate's not great. Yeah, something's weird camera-wise here. But anyway, I'll be right back. I'm going to dump this. I'm going to go grab another, let's just say a single lime. I don't need 2 limes. That's 2 beverages worth of limes at this point in time. But let me go throw the pizza into the oven, and I will be right back. And then we'll continue working on our slides. But seriously, anyone who is compelled to maybe donate to Michael Rogers to support his family, because he has passed away, you know, be a whole lot cooler if you did. I would love if I could just turn it into like a charity I could give to. But because it's not a proper 501c3, Twitch doesn't allow me to like set that properly. So instead, we just got to do the honor system, right? Claim it on your taxes if you want, or don't. I'm not going to because, dude, taxes suck. But just saying, like, it's a good cause to donate to. And what's up, Nervix? Hey, give me a second. I'll be right back. I got all these squeezed limes. I need to actually, like, grab a lime to slice. I'm doing well. I got some pizza I need to put in the oven and a lime I need to grab so I can slice it. So just give me, like, I don't know, like 30 seconds, and I'll be right back. All right. Okay, so I'm back. And yeah, sorry, Nervix. Just had to do my thing. You like the music right now? Damn right. Yeah, some good shit. Yeah, we are hanging out, doing a later stream than normal. which I'm okay with. And yeah, what are you up to? I saw you killing it on some fucking Apex yesterday. Like, you know, you did your code thing, and then I randomly like saw your stream again, and you were just lighting people up. What's your favorite gun in Apex? Right? Is it that like the submachine gun? It's like the R something or other. I haven't played Apex in ages, so I'm forgetting all the guns. But yeah, like, is your favorite gun that like the submachine gun that starts with the R? Because I feel like that's the one you were lighting people up with. No, and I get it. Yeah. We were talking about snowboarding earlier, too. Damn right. Hell yeah. Is it the R99? Yeah, is that like your favorite gun? It's at least the one I think you had when I like jumped in and saw shit. Oh, the R301 is good. Yeah, hold on. The 301, that's like the 301, that's more like the single shot long range, right? Yeah, both are light ammo, but the R301 is like the long range, like single shot, but you can like light it up, right? No, both are automatic? Damn, I'm thinking the wrong one. Yeah, I can't remember now. What's the one I'm thinking of? I think I'm thinking of the 301. I don't remember the 301 having automatic. As far as I remember, the 301 is basically like what's like the single shot that they used to have in like the military, etc. You were coding all day today, brain can't take it. Yeah, I get it. Oh, I'm thinking of the Scout. No, you're totally right. I'm thinking of the Scout. Yeah. No, I'm totally thinking of the Scout. And that one is basically like the version of... Yeah, no, I was thinking of the Scout. Good call. What's... It's like an SR something or other. Like, what's the gun that the Scout is basically like modeled after? Anyone know? You need to go because you got to wake up early. Yeah, no worries. No stress. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. Yeah, I mean, I got pizza I need to grab. No, it's definitely a gun like... My dad used to talk about it all the time. It was the gun he learned to shoot when he was in the National Guard. It shoots the, like the rifle ammo. M14? Maybe M4 is what it is in Call of Duty, but like the M14 is actually what it is. I think it's the M14. Yeah, I think you're right, Alex, for sure. Like M4 is what they call it in Call of Duty, but M14 is really what that gun is. I'm pretty sure that's right. Yeah, that sounds right. So yeah, I believe the Scout is meant to be like an M14, kind of like equivalent. In Call of Duty, they call it the M4. But that's actually my favorite gun in Call of Duty for a lot of that stuff. Did they actually call it the M14 in earlier COD? Yeah, the 7.62. That was it. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Yeah, my dad used to like talk all about how he like learned to shoot the M14 and blah blah blah, like, and it used the 7.62. I didn't realize that 7.62 was the same as the 3.8 or 3.8. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I remember the 7.62 as like the NATO round. But yeah, I didn't realize that the Winchester was the same. That's actually interesting. It doesn't look like the M4 you're familiar with from COD. Hold on, wait. What's the one in COD then? It's not the M14. I thought the M4 was the single shot. But I might be mixing up the M4 with like a different gun. M4 can be auto? Yeah, so I'm not thinking about that one. Maybe M2. M2. That sounds more like it. M4 is like the... Yeah. I don't remember having a proper M14 in Call of Duty. I remember they had like a different name for it. No, M14 was like the spray and pray, like, you know, like fully auto. Yeah, M2 is the one in Call of Duty, which, like, I don't remember being an actual like proper gun. Like, I don't think that's ever existed, but I could be wrong. Yeah, at this point, I don't know. But I do need to check on my pizza, so give me a second. Yeah, M2, M4, like M something. I just don't remember. Yeah, my bad. It's like I smoke weed or something. I don't get it. But hold on. Y'all feeling hungry yet? If you weren't, you are now. That was the end of that album. I'm sorry I left you in silence. My bad. Let's get this shit going. You had proper Chinese food from Panda Express. The pepperoni cups with the grease in the middle. Oh my god. Yeah, totally. Ooh-wee. Oh man. This is gonna be good. I gotta let it like cool, otherwise I'm gonna burn the fuck out of my mouth. But yeah, let's keep working on my slides. Hold on. Come on, man. Did I forget to like put my name in? All right. Well, I think I forgot it, but whatever. Wait, what the fuck? The number isn't even where we had it. What? Come on, man. Dude, it should be at the 49K. I think that's just some bad fucking... It was at 49 just a second ago. I added 500 and it should have put it to the 49,129. Did it get flagged? No, I just did like a hard refresh. Hold on. Yeah, it's one of those things where maybe it got flagged. Yeah, now I need to like log in and shit. Well, shit. Now I don't know how to. Wait, no, there it is. We're back at 49. Ah, there it is. All right. Okay, now we're good. We're good. Just caching. There are two hard problems in programming: naming things, cache invalidation, and off by one errors. All right, so yeah, we're good. We're good. No, it's not wood fired. No, it's just pizza. It's really solid pizza. He's so close, right? They are so close to hitting that 50K. Anything you can give helps. $5, $10, whatever. All right. Another slice of pizza into the belly. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, that's huge for sure. Yeah, there are people that have given more, and yeah, they're making it really what it is, and it's awesome. So, real quick, anyone out there, don't feel pressured. If you have subbed or gifted bits or done anything for my stream, I'm using whatever money I would have made from stream this month. That's why I did that $500. So, you guys contributed whether you liked it or not. It's really good pizza. Dude, Ben Code's like, oh my God. Big Mario's here in Seattle. So good. So good. Hmm. You're in Buenos Aires. Very different style of pizza. I get it. That's fine. I drink a very different style of whiskey. Tomato Samana. Seattle pizza sucks in general. The best Seattle pizza is actually pizza from elsewhere. I don't know if they have mod pizza in Brazil. Mod pizza is basically Seattle pizza. Oh, you liked the TikTok? Oh, thank you. Oh, wait. Buenos Aires is Brazil, isn't it? Is it not? Have I had that wrong my entire life? It is the capital of Argentina. Well, shit. All right, my bad. Same thing, right? No, I'm kidding. Shit, man. I'm sorry. Does that basically just mean like you're American? America. Right? Like Los Estados Unidos is, yeah, the USA. I get it. I don't think I've ever seen the term Estado Unidense, though. I don't think I've seen that. That's new to me. Yeah, thank you for sharing. God, food is super good. All right, so yeah, we need to finish up these slides. I don't want to work on these slides tomorrow. It is like 10 o'clock though. Yeah, it is a lightning talk. They say 10 minutes is ideal. I'm pretty sure I can get what I got out in 10 minutes, but if I go over by a few minutes, it's not the end of the world. So I've done a pre-recorded talk for React Summit and JS Nation that's easily been 15 plus. They would prefer it. Like, and we're talking about like the pre-recorded talks. Is what not against Git TOS? You're saying like using Git hosting as a database? Not that I know of. And yeah, Java Grunt, I don't think it's worth doing like a full on. And yeah, like we can accept that Lightspeed probably meant GitHub. But I still don't think it's against GitHub's TOS because they'll just rate limit you at the point where they feel like you're abusing the system. Like, that's easy. JSON data living in a repo? I mean, that costs them basically nothing. It's just static data at the CDN level. Right? But when we talk about rate limiting, yeah, GitHub will just do like a 5,000 things per hour to the API using your token. Dude, you're not going to hit that as like a normal person doing things on GitHub. At this point, like, that kind of scale is not your problem, it's GitHub's problem. Like, they should be able to handle whatever scale we're throwing at them for micro applications. Just don't build the next unicorn on top of it, right? You want to see this talk? Well, I will do a rough draft version probably tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 3,600 seconds in an hour. You'd have to be making more than one request per hour or per second to actually hit that like limit, you know? Like Benko. It's like, dude, it's so easy. Like, this is fine. So yeah, I think maybe tomorrow I might do a rough draft of the talk. I will record the talk over the weekend because I have to submit it by Monday. And it's a pre-recorded talk, so the pre-recorded talks are anywhere between 10 and 15 minutes, and you're good to go. But yeah, like as we're looking at it, there's more I gotta do. I think there's maybe like 3 more slides I need to make. And that's it, right? And then we're done. But for today, yeah, we're fading. And also, like, we're losing the viewers. We only got 27 viewers right now. What the fuck? But I get it, you know. Not that many people want to watch me drink myself to death. Which I don't think I'm technically doing, but tomato, tomato. So, who do we go raid? And then, yeah, over on Gaming Stream, I'm not doing any video editing tonight. Nah. Yeah, we're going to be hanging out on Gaming Stream, and I'll just play some bullshit. Yeah, who do we go raid? Who's actually going right now? It's like I smoke weed or something. I don't get it. You're making a presentation, so chill day for you? All right. We see the Coppinger. We see Z.A. Shaw. Oh, Keto Kibu. We're going to go raid Keto Kibu. Fuck yeah. He's been live for an hour. I hope he's going for a little bit longer. But yeah, we're going to go raid Keto Kibu because he's a dude. He's a dude. Zed's awesome. You were just watching Zed channel changing today? Wait, what do you mean by channel changing today? What's Zed doing? Like, what's changing about his stream? Like, fill me in if you want. Oh, like remote control. Like, you're just, like, switching between streams and doing your thing. No, and I get that. Yeah, for sure. Dude, nothing wrong with that, right? Enjoy the streams you want to enjoy. Never feel bad about jumping from one to the other. There's too many good streamers going at once. You know? It's what it is. And also, I'm going way too late. If I had just ended stream at a rational time, well, yeah, you would have had more time to hang out with Zed. Or to meet Keto Kibu. Right? A lot of good shit. Thank you for spending time with me. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm on the fence on if I want to do like an early ending of stream tomorrow to go out to like an event in Seattle. I'll probably flip a coin. We'll see how much whiskey I drank beforehand. But let's go raid Keto Kibu. He's a really good dude. He does a lot of like .NET C# stuff. Like, you know, .NET templates and material design is what he's working on right now. Let's go say hi. For people over on the YouTube, thank you all for chilling. But yeah, Keto Kibu, right? KITOKEBOO over on Twitch. If you want to go give him a lurk. I don't think he's going to do any Blazor WebAssembly stuff, but he'd happily talk about it, I bet, if you want to ask him. So yeah, later YouTube. Thank you for chilling. See